Welcome to this week's edition of Weekly Digest, your front row seat to the policies, programs, and people shaping Guyana's development journey. Each week, we go beyond the headlines to follow ministers of government as they implement the administration's agenda, one step, one story, and one community at a time. Guyana's aviation sector is set for a major upgrade with the arrival of two new aircrafts. The aircraft procured by Roraima Airway was designed and manufactured in Italy. Speaking at the launch on Saturday, Minister of Public Works, who also has responsibility for the aviation sector, Bishop Juan Edgel, pointed to ongoing infrastructure development to support aviation growth.
We're building out new airstrips, and we will continue to build out new airstrips so that we could get the length of runway for bigger planes carrying more persons. We'd want to extend congratulations to the Roraima Group, Roraima Air Operators, for taking the lead in many regards in pursuing a development agenda that smoothly synchronizes alongside Guyana's overall development and modernization.
A sum of $14.4 billion has been invested to upgrade a series of access roads along the east coast of Demerara to improve traffic flow. While engaging residents on Tuesday, Minister of Public Works Bishop Juan Edgel underscored the significance of these infrastructural works.
The development agenda is not a second-class, bottom-shelf agenda. It's a priority. Most of us have family in the United States and Canada. You know how those countries develop? They build the roads. And once you build the roads, the people find ways and means of developing businesses, supermarkets, entertainment centers, hotels, private developers, schools, hospitals, but you got to put in the infrastructure.
About 100 learners will benefit from the newly commissioned non-parole nursery school along the East Coast corridor. Prior to the school's construction, pupils had to travel to Melanie, Damishana, or Enterprise to receive their nursery education. Minister of Education Primanik Chand commissioned the facility recently.
But although we don't have compulsory nursery education, more than 90% of that age cohort in the country, nursery age children, are registered and attending a nursery school. And that is the highest for the Commonwealth Caribbean here in Guyana.
37 more community service officers have completed training in tractor operation and maintenance. Minister of Amerindian Affairs Pauline Sukai pointed out that the newly trained CSOs will now serve their community more impactfully.
It is also very useful when you participate in our training, that when you go back to your village and you are attached as a CSO, that you can provide service to your community.
A national suicide surveillance system has been launched by the Ministry of Health. Its aim? To tackle suicide and mental health cases across the country. Through the system, data will be recorded when a confirmed mental health case or attempted suicide is reported. Minister of Health Dr. Frank Anthony said that this system was necessary to continue the efforts being made to curb the suicide rate.
We recognize that we had challenges with suicide. For many years, Guyana had high suicide numbers. And we wanted to also have a very special focus on reducing the cases of suicide.
The Ministry of Human Services and Social Security commissioned its first Brave Center for Men at the West Central Mall, Lenora, West Coast, Demerara on Tuesday. The center aims to empower and heal men as the ministry embarks on a plan to create safe spaces for men. Minister of Human Services and Social Security Dr. Vindya Prasad said this is part of tackling the issue from the roots.
This is not something where we are only addressing men or women. We are addressing each person, all ages, every community, our entire country.
That's it for this edition of Weekly Digest. We'll see you next week with more stories from the heart of government. Welcome to the President's Diary, your weekly look at leadership that's bold and hands-on. This week began in Bartica, Region 7, where President Dr. Mohammed Irfan Ali unveiled plans to transform the Cayuni-Mazaruni region into a diversified economic hub over the next 5 years. At a packed community meeting, the president emphasized that the shift will go beyond traditional mining with targeted investments to expand agriculture, tourism, and financial services, unlocking new opportunities for the region.
The next 5 years is about investing in Region 7 to diversify your economy so that your entertainment sector, your tourism sector is not only dependent on mining, but that your economy will be balanced and diversified into the future. To do this, We have to transform your regatta into a world-class regatta. And we're going to give the incentives, we're going to give the tax breaks, we're going to make that regatta a world-class regatta here for you.
Moving from Region 7 to Region 6, President Ali and his cabinet held a campaign rally at Albion Estate Road, East Berbice Quarantine. Before a crowd of over 35,000 supporters, one of the largest ever, the president announced two transformative projects: a state-of-the-art recreational facility for Albion and a US $200 million fund to improve access to capital for small and medium-sized businesses.
It is how we invest that revenue to create wealth, to build prosperity, and to uplift the lives of people that matters. And it is only one party that has demonstrated to you that we have clear ideas, clear plans, and good policies for the people of our country.
In Georgetown, the spotlight turned to education. The newly rebuilt Brickdam Secondary School was officially commissioned. And who better to commission the top-class educational facility other than President Irfan Ali, who has been ensuring no investment is spared to give children access to education.
The future of education in Guyana is not only bright, it is brilliant. But this transformation is not just about buildings. It's about investment in people and in quality. Since 2020, we've injected almost 600 billion Guyana dollars into our education sector. Yes, $600 billion. This is an investment in the brains, hearts, and hands of our children.
The three-story school costs $560.7 million. It comes equipped with more than 20 classrooms, including ICT, science and technology, and home economics labs, plus an industrial arts facility. It joins St. George's School of Sciences and Christchurch Secondary as the third secondary school recently commissioned in the capital city.
The wealth of our country is in agriculture and food production. And our farmers can be assured that the revenue from oil and gas would be used to transform the agriculture sector, to make it profitable, to make it sustainable, and to ensure that our farmers live a life of high value and dignity and pride.
Turning to Region 2, President Ali launched a historic crop insurance initiative for rice farmers.
We owe it to those who feed our nation to ensure that they have a cushion should misfortune visit them. For the farmers in Hampton Court, Devonshire Castle, Walton Hall, and other areas in Region 2 that flood frequently, who lost harvest to floods. This program is not just relief, it is a lifeline for you.
Tuesday also saw a solemn tribute to Yaqub Mazaharali, businessman, aviator, and founder of Air Services Limited. President Ali paid respects to a man who helped build Guyana's aviation industry from the ground up. Later that evening, at the Shipping Association of Guyana's Mixer, President Ali unveiled plans for a regional trade and transport platform in collaboration with Barbados.
We want to lead with Barbados to set up an example for the rest of the region, in which we have pre-clearance between Barbados and Guyana, in which we have a common transport platform integrating the market of Barbados and Guyana.
Guyana continues to lead the world in environmental stewardship. Speaking at a major biodiversity summit, President Ali reaffirmed the country's commitment to nature. Addressing global conservationists, scientists, and policymakers, President Dr. Mohammed Irfan Ali stressed that the time is now to protect biodiversity, since 50% of biodiversity globally has already been lost.
Today, we are not simply launching an initiative. We are igniting a global movement to protect the living fabric of our planet. And I am proud that this movement begins here in Guyana with the support and partnership of all of you in this room.
He described the alliance as a platform for cooperation, action, and investment in the world's shared ecological future. Closing off day 2 of the summit on Thursday afternoon, President Ali welcomed the upcoming launch of a new fund, Tropical Forest Forever (TFF), at COP30 that seeks to help countries preserve their forests through long-term support.
Carbon markets and the TFFF are complementary parts of a menu of options for forest financing. To this end, we support the expansion of high-integrity markets for jurisdictional approaches, and we also encourage potential investor countries to announce ambitious contribution to the TFFF.
By Friday, the president was in industry announcing the rollout of an electronic payment system for pensioners, a move to modernize public services and empower the elderly with better financial access.
We are already working on the digital payment platform. It's completed, and the One Guyana card, the digital card, will come into effect. So our pensioners don't have to go to the post office. They don't have to go to a temple, a church, or a mosque. They will stay in their homes with their digital card, and they will enjoy seeing the money in their account with their cards.
The president ended his week on Saturday evening by addressing thousands of residents at a rally at Anna Regina on the Essequibo coast. We leave you this week with these images from the rally. From advancing global trade, investing in education, supporting our elderly, or working to protect our planet, this week showcased the president deeply engaged in building a stronger, more resilient Guyana. Do join us again next time on the President's Diary as we continue to follow the footsteps of leadership.
Another major milestone is mere hours away from being achieved. Like Christchurch Secondary and St. George's School of Sciences, President Dr. Mohammed Irfan Ali will commission the new and improved Brick Dam Secondary School today. The school became unusable in 2016. President Ali decided that it is imperative to rebuild the school, and by September, the school will open its door to welcome its first batch of students. So stay tuned to DPI as we provide you with the coverage of the commissioning of the $560.7 million secondary school.
In the next 5 years, in every single one of the community on the Linden Suicide Highway, we will be building housing schemes with proper infrastructure so that you can have not only a home, but you can have a home in which you can realize the value for that home. We are going to go a step further in the coming years and months, because we don't only want you to get access to those plots of land, we're going to help you to ensure you build your homes and own your homes. Because one of the big programs that we want to launch on the Linden Suicide Highway is a home improvement project and a home ownership project, where we'll bring the banks, We'll co-finance with the banks. We'll add infrastructure, value to your land, and we will give subsidies to you so that we will make loans easier to get. We'll bring down the interest rate, reduce the collateral requirement, and give you the opportunity to build and own your own home right here on the Seaside Highway. Today we have a country that is moving towards one of the best healthcare systems existing in the world.
President Dr. Mohammed Irfan Ali has announced the construction of an international hospital at Silica City on the Suzaik-Linden Highway. This announcement was made on Thursday when he held a public meeting at Kurukuru.
Silica City, that is already recognized as a world-class model, will create thousands of jobs for people living on the Linden-Suzaik Highway. Already, we have investors for Silica City who will be building an international hospital that will bring in services and provide services for tourism, health tourism, medical tourism that will be built right here on the Linden-Suzaik Highway.
Silica City will be Guyana's first smart and sustainable city project. It will have top-notch development like smart homes, outfitted with the latest energy-saving technologies for wastewater management, energy management, and water conservation. This state-of-the-art international hospital in that city follows the robust agenda of infrastructural development and healthcare reform. The government is on a mission to revolutionize the healthcare system with the construction of 12 new regional hospitals around the country by 2028. 6 are built to complete in 2025. To date, the Diamond and the Enmore regional hospitals have been commissioned and are serving tens of thousands of people on the East Coast and East Bank of Demerara. They offer services like 24-hour accident and emergency care, labs, imaging services, and sport operating theaters.
The government has implemented a plethora of housing initiatives to allow all Guyanese to own homes. Among these initiatives are the Steel and Cement Subsidy Program, introduced in 2022. It provides the builders 1 sling of cement and the necessary steel to construct the foundation of a house costing $6 million or less. Those constructing homes valued between $6 million and $25 million are provided with 2 slings of cement. The Central Housing and Planning Authority issues these steel and cement vouchers, which are redeemable at hardware stores. To date, thousands of persons have benefited from this subsidy.
For the entire country, over $500 million for over 2,000 vouchers.
Several beneficiaries have lauded this much-needed subsidy, which has enabled them to start constructing their dream homes.
I feel very happy. I think it's a great initiative by the government, and it will assist us in building our homes. They will be excited and happy. They will be more comfortable by having our own home living our own home.
I feel happy and proud because I'm getting my own home now.
I feel good, really, like a long time. Wait for collect, so I feel real good that we get it today. We can start doing it.
Guyana's maritime sector is poised for a significant boost with the imminent arrival of 4 new multi-million-dollar vessels. Minister of Public Works Bishop Juan Edgel made the announcement at the ministry's Transport and Harbors Department Goods Wharf on Tuesday. He noted that 2 of the vessels are pilot boats built by Osea in France. They are completed and getting ready to sail to Port Georgetown. The 2 additional ferries, purchased from Greece, will soon after join the Transport and Harbors Department's fleet.
Visionary leadership by President Dr. Mohammed Irfan Ali and his cabinet. These things are not accidental. All of these investments are intentional and purpose-driven because we are building not just oil and gas, but agriculture is being expanded.
These ferries set to join the country's maritime fleet will increase passenger and cargo capacity. Each vessel boasts the capacity to transport over 50 caravans or 19 trucks per voyage.
A brand new nursery school has been officially commissioned at Dag Point in Region 7. The Little Achievers Nursery School will provide a safe and friendly learning environment for the children of the community. The space boasts amenities such as indoor and outdoor play area and colorful teaching aids to create an atmosphere conducive for learning. Minister of Education, Priya Manichan, facilitated the commissioning of the school.
It's important for us that every single child across the country could access nursery, primary, and secondary education. Although nursery is not compulsory, we have more than 90% of our nursery-age cohort children registered in nursery schools, and that's the highest in the Commonwealth of Caribbean for this age group.
Ministry of Education officials, parents, and teachers also attended the simple commissioning ceremony. Residents of Madhya will benefit from upgraded infrastructural works across their community. 45 contractors signed 110 contracts on Wednesday for a total value of more than $1.5 billion. Minister of Public Works Bishop Juan Edgil visited the community for the contract signing and to engage with residents.
In this effort this morning, you're going to be signing your contracts, and then you'll be immediately engaged to start your work. It's a comprehensive program. Bridges, the small bridges, 25. Fixed rate, concrete roads, 5 kilometers worth. I think it's going to be about 80 lots,
The minister took time to inspect several sites where roadworks are currently ongoing. He also noted that emergency roadworks will begin in Tiger Hill and Campbelltown, communities where roads deteriorated due to the extreme weather conditions. These efforts form part of the government's mandate to upgrade infrastructure across the hinterland. The Minister of Amerindian Affairs, Pauline Sukai, was also part of the visiting team.
The Ministry of Public Works Maritime Administration Department, MARAD, received a timely boost to its fleet. A $790 million motor tug Arau was commissioned at the Kingston Goods Wharf on Tuesday. The motor tug Arau, the second vessel added to the maritime sector since 2020, forms part of the government's commitment to the expansion of MARAD's capacity. The tug is capable of towing and maneuvering ships between 10,000 and 20,000 tons. Built by the Dutch company Damen and Farm Supplies Limited, the Arau is the newest addition to MARAD's fleet. The motor tug Arau was discharged from the ship Vertom Joy and given to MARAD on June 2, 2025. Speaking at the commissioning ceremony, Minister of Public Works Bishop Juan Edgil reflected on the state of the maritime sector in 2020, highlighting the substantial investments the government has made to modernize the country's local maritime operations.
Had we not made those initial investments, the maritime sector would have been playing catch-up, or we would have been left as inoperable and maybe considered by some of the operators useless in terms of regulating and controlling what needs to be done within this sector.
Minister Ejel further disclosed that Guyana will also gain 3 more new vessels by the end of this year to transport cargo from the Demerara, Berbice, and Pomeroon Supernam rivers.
These things are not accidental. All of these investments are intentional and purpose-driven because we are building not just oil and gas, but agriculture is being expanded. Tourism is being expanded. The build-out of government services in the hinterland communities are being expanded. The development of Guyana is not just something that is happening by chance. It is carefully planned, executed by capable, visionary leadership.
The 16 meters long and 6 meters wide tug is the second vessel that MARAD has acquired in the past 2 years. The pilot ship, Arapaima, valued at $535 million, was commissioned in 2023. The tug's acquisition reflects President Dr. Mohamed Irfan Ali's overarching goal for Guyana's economic expansion.
"31 males and 9 females from the Region 3 community of Wakanam have completed their training in various disciplines from the Board of Industrial Training. Among the graduates, 18 individuals specialized in electrical engineering, 13 in welding and fabrication, and 9 were trained as auto mechanics. Presenting the feature address at the graduation ceremony, the CEO of the Board of Industrial Training, Richard Mon.
You are not just skilled or equipped to work locally, but you can also work internationally. You can take your skill wherever you go. These are not just trades, they are pillars of national development. While most of the persons are being taken up in the oil and gas sector, we still have need for more persons to work in the domestic sector, to work at home, to make sure that as we build houses, that those houses have safe connection to electricity.
With an increase in the demand for skilled persons, these graduates are more than likely to be in high demand. To date, the government of Guyana, through the Ministry of Labor and the Board of Industrial Training, has invested $24.1 million in Region 3's skill development, with more than 240 beneficiaries. In the past 5 years, over 13,000 persons have been trained across the country, with women accounting for 60%.
Residents, farmers, boat operators, and other stakeholders were provided with a comprehensive overview of the scope of works for the construction of the International Port Facility, Phase 1 at Parika in Region 3. Minister of Public Works Bishop Juan Agel and Minister within the Ministry Deodat Indar presided over the stakeholder engagement on Tuesday at Parika Market Tarmac. Phase 1 will last 24 months and will be executed in 3 lots by Geico Construction, Tulsi Prasad Limited, and ANS General Contractors. With a $4.5 billion investment, the port will feature modern cold storage, packaging, and agro-processing facilities to extend the shelf life of produce and open new markets for Guyanese goods across the Caribbean and beyond. Minister Ejel noted that the government will ensure that economic activities in the region are not interrupted while the port facility is under construction.
Even while this port is under construction, the Service of Transport and Harbors Department to Legwan, Wakanam, Supernam, Bartica will be uninterrupted. The steamers will continue to go every single day.
Minister Indar highlighted the importance of the facility, noting that it will transform Parika from a stellene into a full functional international port of entry.
This particular port is no longer going to be a stelling, it's going to be a port of entry. And there's a total difference from what a stelling is. A stelling is travel within. Here you're dealing with travel outside of our country and receiving cargo from outside of the country, and people too. So that's the first major thing why this port is needed. This port will solve many needs of the Guyanese people. And it will put us in a place where for those who dreamt about a regional ferry system.
During the meeting, residents raised concerns about potential relocation of homes, vendors, and the fisheries wharf. The ministers pledged that all concerns would be addressed to protect livelihoods while ensuring the port's successful completion.
A brand new community is about to take shape on the Essequibo coast. 250 families received their house lots in the new Hove Van Arik housing development. This marks a major step towards making their dreams of home ownership a reality.
Our commitment is to ensure that we work continuously so that all of our citizens who are eligible can have access to their own land or home. That's our commitment.
And by delivering on that commitment, the government has put 250 families one step closer to a life of dignity and independence.
My name is Erika Passat. I'm from Riverstone. Since 2023 I applied and I'm excited.
Good afternoon. My name is Sophia Henry. I'm from Charity New Housing Scheme. I was waiting a very long time for this opportunity, and I'm so thankful that I can own my own house land. And I must say thanks to the minister and the government for, give me my own house land. I'm so thankful.
My name is Felicia Ferdinand. I'm originally from Georgetown, but I've been residing in Essequibo for the last 13 years. And I applied for land from the government in 2008. I've been running back and forth, but finally, I came in March to update my application, and they told me this next time you hear that they're coming, you must come. And I came today and I got through, and I'm very much ecstatic because I'm a single mother of 6 and I'm paying rent, and it's very hard on me because I got kids to send to school, I got lesson fees and so on to pay. So paying rent and I have bills to pay is very hard. So I'm glad that I got through today because at least I can't even explain. It's like a burden on my shoulders, I've been praying. I know I want to say thanks to my mom because she always said, she said, "Man, don't give up. God has come through when you least expect it." And he did today, and I want to say thanks to the government. And thanks to me for keeping up the faith because somebody feel like give up, But thank you very much to the minister and to the government of Guyana. And I'm encouraging young people to, apply. It's a lifelong investment. And, you can leave something for your kids.
The Ministry of Labor's Board of Industrial Training, in collaboration with the Art Williams and Harry Wendt Aeronautical Engineering School, recently launched its Aircraft Maintenance Foundation program at the Essequibo Technical Institute on the Guyana Essequibo coast. 20 residents of Region 2, 14 males and 6 females, were the first to benefit from the initiative. Speaking to the Department of Public Information, the beneficiaries expressed gratitude for the program.
When I first saw the program, it was very intriguing because ever since I was small, I was always interested in aviation. I always wanted to pursue my dreams and pursue a career in aviation. I want to become a pilot. So when I saw this, it was like, okay, this is your opportunity.
I've always been fascinated about planes. I've
Honestly, I wanted to become a pilot, but there's like, it's expensive. You have to go, I don't know, out the country. You have to get support, and a lot of people don't have that opportunity. So, thanks to the government, I want to thank them for giving me and all the trainees here the opportunity to start this process, this path.
This is truly one of the most amazing things that the government ever did so far, to bring a course like this into Essequibo Coast and bringing it to people like us, because it's very hard for most Essequibians to go into Georgetown and pursue their studies. And a lot of us have dreams like to go and get these things done, but financially and then the distance and places to stay is very hard. And now that they've brought it here, and it's cheaper because the courses are very expensive naturally. So bringing it under the government process and just making it better for everybody in Essequibo Coast.
The 9-month program will equip learners with essential skills in aircraft maintenance, ground operations, safety protocols, and technical communication. Critical skills for them to have before taking up careers in Guyana's growing air transport industry.
Welcome to this week's edition of Weekly Digest, your front row seat to the policies, programs, and people shaping Guyana's development journey. Each week, we go beyond the headlines to follow ministers of government as they implement the administration's agenda, one step, one story, and one community at a time. One such community is Dag Point in Region 7, which just got a brand new nursery school. The Little Achievers Nursery School will provide a safe and friendly learning environment for the children of that community. The space boasts indoor and outdoor play areas and colorful teaching aids to create an atmosphere conducive for learning. Minister of Education Priya Manik Chand facilitated the commissioning of the school.
It's important for us that every single child across the country could access nursery, primary, and secondary education. Although nursery is not compulsory, we have more than 90% of our nursery age cohort children registered in nursery schools, and that's the highest in the Commonwealth Caribbean for this age group.
Some 250 families received house lots in the new Hov Van Orich housing development on the Essequibo coast. The Minister of Housing and Water, Colin Crowell, reaffirmed the ministry's commitments to meet the growing demand for housing in Region 2.
Our commitment is to ensure that we work continuously so that all of our citizens who are eligible can have access to their own land or home. That's our commitment.
And by delivering on that commitment, the government has put those 250 families one step closer to a life of dignity and independence. The government is not only providing land to build homes, but are also helping in the construction process. The Steel and Cement Subsidy Program introduced in 2022 provides builders one sling of cement and the necessary steel to construct the foundation of a house costing $6 million or less. Those constructing homes valued between $6 million and $25 million are provided with 2 slings of cement. The Central Housing and Planning Authority issued these steel and cement vouchers, which are redeemable at hardware stores. To date, thousands of people have benefited from the subsidy.
And for the entire country, over $500 million for over 2,000 vouchers.
Sailing over to the maritime sector, the Ministry of Public Works Maritime Administration Department, MARAD, received a timely boost to its fleet. A $790 million motor tug Arau was commissioned at the Kingston Good Wharf on Tuesday. The motor tug Arau, the second vessel added to the maritime sector since 2020, forms part of the government's commitment to expand MARAD's capacity. The tug is capable of towing and maneuvering ships between 10,000 and 20,000 tons. Speaking at the commissioning ceremony, Minister of Public Works Bishop Juan Edgel reflected on the state of the maritime sector in 2020, highlighting the substantial investments the government has made to modernize the country's local maritime operations.
Had we not made those initial investments, the maritime sector would have been playing catch up, or we would have been left as inoperable and maybe considered by some of the operators useless in terms of regulating and controlling what needs to be done within this sector.
The 16 meters long and 6 meters wide tug is the second vessel that Marit has acquired in the past 2 years. The pilot ship Arapaima, valued at $535 million, was commissioned in 2023. Big projects are happening all over Guyana, and Region 3 is no exception. The residents, farmers, boat operators, and other stakeholders are a key component in transforming the Perica Stelling into a $4.5 billion international port facility. As a result, they were provided a comprehensive overview of the scope of work for Phase 1 of the construction. Minister Edgell noted that the government will ensure that economic activities in the region are not interrupted while the port facility is under construction.
Even while this port is under construction, the Service of Transport and Harbors Department to Legwan, Wakenham, Supernam, Bartica will be uninterrupted. The steamers will continue to go every single day.
No region is left out of development. In Madhya, Region 8, residents will benefit from upgraded infrastructural works across their community. 45 contractors signed 110 contracts on Wednesday for a total value of more than $1.5 billion. Minister of Public Works Bishop Juan Edgell visited the community for the contract signing and to engage with the residents.
In this effort this morning, you're going to be signing your contracts, and then you'll be immediately engaged to start your work. It's a comprehensive program. Bridges, the small bridges, 25. Fixed rate, concrete roads, 5 kilometers worth. I think it's going to be about 80 lots. All of the villages will be engaged in this program as well to do their road maintenance. That is their internal road maintenance and their connection.
And that's how the week unfolded. One step at a time, one community at a time, but many stories are being written. That's it for this edition. We'll see you again next week with more stories from the heart of government. Welcome to the President's Diary, your weekly look at leadership that's bold and hands-on. This week began in Kiti, Georgetown, where President Dr. Muhammad Irfan Ali and the People's Progressive Party Civic launched their official campaign for the upcoming general and regional elections.
We are also talking about the future, a vision of a Guyana beyond our borders, a Guyana that will take the center stage of global leadership, a Guyana that your children will be proud of, a Guyana that will see every Guyanese wanting to return back home, because home will be strong, stable, and secure.
On Monday, the president and members of his cabinet submitted their list of candidates to the Guyana Elections Commission at the Guyana.
We have submitted the winning list. But we want all of you to know that every single one of you, that all of you are enlisted on that list.
President Ali continued his busy week with a series of high-level engagements, particularly in the areas of field hockey, archery, and karate. On Tuesday, the president met with national hockey players at State House, where he committed to building an international standard facility at the new St. Stanislaus College ground to be developed at Durban Park. Later that day, he met with members of the International Karate Organization Academy Guyana. The president pledged financial support for new training mats and infrastructure upgrades at Hope Secondary School, home to dozens of young karate practitioners. President Ali also engaged with Archery Guyana Inc. to advance the future of archery in the country. He outlined plans to identify a site dedicated for an archery facility and to integrate the sport into schools. In a moment of solemn reflection, the president joined the Kissoon family for a night of remembrance honoring the late Lila Kissoon, whom he described as a pioneering businesswoman whose contribution to Guyana's development will forever inspire us.
Today we have a country that is moving towards one of the best healthcare systems existing in the world.
On Thursday, President Ali addressed residents at a community meeting in Kulukururu, where he made several major development announcements, including the construction of an international hospital at Silica City on the Soesdijk-Linden Highway.
Silica City, that is already recognized as a world-class model, will create thousands of jobs for people living on the Linden-Soesdijk Highway. Already, we have investors for Silica City who will be building an international hospital that will bring in services and provide services for tourism, health tourism, medical tourism that will be built right here on the Linden-Soesdijk Highway.
He also revealed plans for new housing schemes with modern infrastructure across every community along the highway.
In the next 5 years, in every single one of the community on the Linden-Soesdijk Highway, we will be building housing schemes with proper infrastructure so that you can have not only a home, but you can have a home in which you can realize the value for that home.
On Friday evening, President Ali traveled to Madhya, where he outlined transformative plans for Region 8, focused on job creation, agriculture, and food security.
Tonight is about that mission of building a modern, prosperous Region 8 in which our economy will be diversified, in which jobs will come here, in which you will have the best health care, the best education, the best roads, the best transportation, and in which your region will be critically interlinked with the rest of Guyana.
From the hinterland to the cricket pitch, the head of state capped off Friday night by celebrating national pride. President Ali was in attendance at the National Stadium in Providence to witness the Guyana Amazon Warriors clinch the Global Super League title. He also had the honor of presenting the championship medals after their 32-run victory over the Rangpur Riders. And on Saturday, while addressing a large gathering in Maruka Region 1, President Ali announced the creation of 1,000 new jobs and salary increases for community service officers. He also reiterated the government's focus on education and professional development, particularly in healthcare, where 60% of frontline workers hail from hinterland communities. As we conclude this week's episode of the President's Diary, we'll leave you with these images. From development in the hinterland to celebrating a big win at the National Stadium, President Ali's week reflected the energy and ambition of a nation on the rise. Do join us again next time on the President's Diary.
For the first time in this country, he would see the connectivity from communities in the East Bank to communities on the east coast of the Demerara. And when he drives on the current Demerara Harbor Bridge, he would have a good look at a new, modern, better bridge almost at completion. He would see massive housing development and the interconnectivity of communities all across this country. But most importantly, my friends, he would see investment in education, investment in our welfare, and investment in our future. And if he comes here today, he would see children of Region 3, Finale and Tandai McAllister united under the banner of the PPPC. And he would see all of you, all of us, moving forward together for one Guyana, a better future.
Region 7 saw tremendous improvements in this year's National Grade 6 assessment. In the 2025 exams, students recorded better grades in every subject.
There was a 16% increased pass rate in math and 14% increased passes in science.
Minister of Parliamentary Affairs and Governance, Gail Teixeira, attended the region's prize-giving ceremony on Tuesday. She said that these results are the fruits of targeted investments made by the Ministry of Education.
As we work, and this is where the government, President Ali, has made education the foundation stone of the transformation of our country.
Minister Teixeira explained that these improvements, however, did not happen by chance or magic. She noted that these changes can only occur from intentional policy changes and investments.
Educational changes don't come fast. They're slow, like a slow river that moves steadily through, that you see change and change always.
This year, students who sat the NGSA obtained a 63% pass rate, up from 49% last year.
The South Pakurama mountain range is home to some of the most remote indigenous communities in Guyana. The developments that have been taking place in this area over the last few years can only be described as life-altering for people who live here. That's all because of government programs and initiatives, all of which are aimed at making sure that no community is left behind.
My village got its name from a small eatable yellow fruit that's called yorong, and the paru means when the creek, a small creek. That's how it got its name, yorong paru.
Yarong Paru is the most remote village in the South Pakuramas, and this is where we begin our journey. If you were to visit this village 4 years ago, it would have been a much different experience, and the scenery would not have been like this.
I have seen developments, which is concrete roads, and then I have seen my school renovated and tiles being there. Since in old days, I have not seen our school floor was dusty, but now it's been tiled. And our health facilities, it's been complete, renovated, and I have seen quarters here, doctor's quarter, and then I've seen teacher's quarter. I've seen ICT hub.
The impact of the government's investments in the South Pacaramas are not only seen in the physical infrastructure, but they've had a significant impact on the lives of the people as well.
I've seen my child, I have a child, I've seen her benefiting from the Because We Care cash grant, and I've seen other children benefiting from that. I've seen they're being fully attired, having their footwear, which we haven't seen in the past. I wasn't dressed like that. I used to come to school with slippers, but now I've seen they wearing their proper footwear, and we're glad for that.
The communities are all benefiting from having trained teachers and trained health workers. Even more young residents of this community are currently being trained in various professional fields. The village of Rukumuta, another remote and beautiful village, has also seen major transformation. At the heart of it, a major road network and other critical infrastructure. Hard to believe that this village not so long ago had no roads.
We have been seeing a lot of development within our village here, in terms of infrastructure, in terms of our culture, through HISAD, then we through water supply, and then we have road development within our community, in which all of us here benefited from. Recently, we had drilled water now, which is not potable water for us, which is everyday use in our lives. So far, we have been this 90% developed from the years before.
Tiger Pond is the gateway to Paipang, Kokshibai, and Taushida. This village has benefited from several projects, and now its logging and agriculture sectors are thriving.
Since I came back into my village, it is not like the way how it used to be before. Developments you could see. A lot of things have been happened. We have our ICT hub now in here, thanks to the government. We have the computers now, access to internet for our children, for our people here. And we also have our roads now safely. We have our road signs up. We have our street lights now. And then now we have our school now access to internet. And now our village office is even access to internet right now. So to communicate with our superiors is very, very easy. You don't have to be writing letters no more, penning it and enveloping it. Gone are those days.
Tushaw Edwards said that the funds acquired from the Low Carbon Development Strategy, or LCDS, has helped in the village's reforestation efforts. He noted that the village had experienced a decline of red cedar trees as a result of multiple factors. The village council decided to use a portion of funds from the LCDS to repopulate its red cedar trees, and today they have over 2,000 red cedar plants growing in the area. A remarkable turnaround.
We never had these lights, for example. Our village shops were small. And now with the help from the government grants and so on, the presidential grants and so on, we have extensions to our small projects. We have our pepper projects. We have our cattle being extension to the cattle. And we have sheep rearing going on, the black giants now. And there's so much to talk about.
Our last stop is the beautiful village of Taushida, where residents told us that they're experiencing significant improvements in the community. These include a fully functional village shop, new schools, health facility, and a brand new ICT center. All of these improvements, they say, have made life easier.
My community has developed a lot. I didn't see my village like this before. When I was small, when I was younger, it didn't have any equipped buildings. Now we are having it, and we are thankful to government.
From Yarong Paru to Taushida, these South Pakurama communities with support from the government are building roads where they didn't exist, schools, health, and even ICT centers. The people here believe there are now good reasons to remain rooted to their lands, while enjoying opportunities that residents on the coast have long enjoyed. It is even more proof that the government believes that no community is too small and no village too remote to be seen, heard, and supported.
The government remains optimistic that a long-standing ban on the exportation of catfish to the United States will be lifted shortly. This assurance was provided by Minister of Agriculture Zulfikar Mustafa at the ministry's main office in Georgetown on Wednesday. Since August 2020, the government has been working diligently with the United States Department of Agriculture on reversing the ban on catfish.
The ambassador and I have been speaking regularly on this matter. I hope very shortly we can have the ban lifted so that Guyana could once again export our product, especially catfish, to the United States.
The U.S. imposed a ban on wild-caught catfish import in September 2017 due to Guyana's inspection system of this fish is not the same as the U.S. Prior to the ban, Guyana's catfish exports to the U.S. were valued at about $1.8 billion. U.S. Ambassador to Guyana Nicole Terrio underscored that Guyana has been extremely receptive by taking all the necessary steps for this matter to be resolved.
Guyana has taken every step we've asked of them. It's a long process. They will submit the responses to questions we have. We'll ask more questions. They'll submit more responses. But I can tell you that it's going very, very well. Guyana has been incredibly responsive. I am very, very hopeful, as is the minister, that we'll have this resolved soon and that it will be a positive response. And I am certainly pushing on my end to make that happen.
Tugville Secondary School is being expanded to cater for 180 more pupils. 6 new classrooms are being created that will each accommodate 30 pupils. Minister of Education Priya Manichand recently visited the construction site to check the progress made.
Our aim is to make sure every child has a solid secondary education wherever they live, and this is one of the efforts. It's not only building new schools, but extending the schools that we currently have.
The $74.9 million contract was awarded to Kaivari Procurement Logistics and Investments, Inc. In Georgetown alone, Campbellville Secondary, St. Rosa's High, St. Stanislaus College, and Queen's College are undergoing extension works to accommodate more pupils. Houston Secondary is also being rebuilt. Only last week, the government commissioned Christchurch Secondary, St. Winifred's Secondary, and St. George's School of Sciences. In the coming weeks, Brickdam Secondary will be commissioned, which will see over 600 students being accommodated in spacious classrooms. In recent years, new wings were commissioned at East Rheinfeld Secondary, St. Winifred's Secondary, Bishop's High, Queen's College, and St. Stanislaus to cater to the growing population.
Three weeks after conducting community outreaches in 12 indigenous communities in the South Pacaramas, Minister of Natural Resources Vikram Bharat returned to deliver on the commitments he made. On Friday, Minister Bharat delivered buses, boats, ATVs, bicycles, tablets and other items that were requested by residents of 12 villages in Region 9.
A big thank you to the government. The last time the Honorable Minister Vikram was in the village, and he promised us the bus and the other things, as you can see in the background there, and it didn't take him long at all. We have it right now, and I already came with my driver, and we are very, very grateful. Not only this, we have the outboard engine also, we have the boat, and we have the tablets for the students. And I was to mention, and we asked him for a play park in the village, and it is under construction as we speak in the village, and everyone is happy.
I'm so happy about this, the ATV that I'm receiving now, and that would be helping us in the community through the health, because there's no transportation of the health workers. For the health workers, this time I use the village cruiser, but right now it is long, and I'm very happy to receive this ATV this afternoon.
I thanks for Minister for giving the ATV. I very proud for ATV for first time. Guyana to ATV to my village to help my villagers, not villagers only, to help the sick people and the health worker too. I thanks for government also to give the 3 million for me too, for my village.
With the response we've been getting from Minister and his team's government, I think we are in a comfortable position to have the development that we are looking forward to.
We are thankful for the promise, not only the promise that you made, but fulfilling the promise that you made, and looking forward for continued support.
Minister Bharat, in his remarks to the leaders, noted that the government is committed to bridging the gap that exists between the coast and the hinterland of Guyana. He noted the opportunities that are now available for Amerindians to become trained in various fields.
A priority of ours, as always and will be, education and healthcare. Education and healthcare is critical. We can't have our children walking miles to go to school. If we got to get a bus to them, we will provide a bus for them. Our health workers, we can't have them walking from one village to another. We will provide the ATV for them.
Dreams, years in the making, are finally taking shape. Residents in Region 10 are taking the next step into achieving home ownership through the Ministry of Housing and Water's Dream Realized Housing Drive. On Friday last, 1,000 of them received house lots. Minister of Housing and Water Colin Crowell congratulated the beneficiaries and committed to having the process of house lot distribution continue.
Very important that we understand and remember how we have started, how much of the process we have moved, and how we are committing to ensure that this mandate that which every PPPC government has ensured that ownership and access to housing is a priority, and therefore I can say here, it will continue.
And the allottees spared no words of gratitude as they agreed that the timing could not have been better.
I am appalled and delighted, so especially with the fact that I have a child, we're going to be a family soon. I think that it happened at the right time.
I'm happy about it because I was praying to God all the way to let me have my own land, and my prayer come true by the grace of God. So I give the praise to God and also the minister that helped me to get it.
In addition to the allocation of the house lots, steel and cement subsidies were also handed out.
This is United for Biodiversity, the Alliance podcast, a platform that unites global voices in a call to action to protect or plant planet's rich biodiversity. Join us for critical insights and let's stand united for biodiversity.
Welcome to this week's episode of United for Biodiversity, the Alliance podcast. I am your host, Guyana Wilberg. Today, we place the spotlight on how protecting nature can help build a more stable, sustainable, and democratic world. Joining us for this important discussion today is former U.S. Senator Russ Feingold. Senator Feingold, thank you so much for joining us today.
Guyana, it's a pleasure, and I'm going to be coming down to Guyana for the President Ali's conference in a couple of weeks. I'm extremely excited because I've never been to your country before. I know it's one of the greatest biodiverse places in the world, and I give the President a lot of credit for convening this. So I'm excited to meet you, excited to come to your country.
Thank you so much, sir, and we look forward to the opportunity to welcome you to our country. So, Senator Feingold, I want to jump straight into our discussion because you have a wealth of experience and knowledge, and we're excited to hear your thoughts on a number of issues today. So, starting off, Senator Feingold, your career has taken you from the U.S. Senate to many different parts of the world, and you've had the opportunity to understand deeply the importance of the protection of biodiversity and also seeing countries that are deeply affected by conflict and governance challenges. When you reflect on those experiences, what are your thoughts on how natural assets and specifically biodiversity assets are being protected today?
Well, I'd say that, for so many centuries, maybe thousands of years, this wasn't taken seriously. And for centuries, there was not just neglect, but abuse and exploitation of natural resources and nature, particularly during the colonization of a good part of the world. And as a result, a lot of damage has been done. We've lost an enormous amount of species and natural areas. But the fight back on this has begun. Back in 1992, the Convention on Biodiversity was approved by the United Nations. It's gone into effect. And the group that I work with, that we're coming with a delegation to Guyana, is the Campaign for Nature. We're trying to help the world achieve the goal of protecting 30% of the land and 30% of the water on the planet by 2030. We call it 30 by 30. And we are also realizing that global South countries can't just pay for this stuff as if they have the money to do it, that the global North and financial institutions and philanthropies and others have to raise the money to make sure that we're actually able to pay for preserving areas and maintaining them, as I know you're concerned about in Guyana. So I see progress, but we need to do a lot more.
Now, in many parts of the world, we see when forests or rivers dry up, tensions tend to rise. Why do you think this is so? What is the link between environmental damage and instability or conflict, so to speak?
Happens all over the place. Most of my work in the Senate and under President Obama was in Africa, so I know the most about that. But I'll give you two examples of where what you just described has happened. One is Mali. Mali was one of the first countries that I ever visited in Africa. And it seemed like a very stable, calm, democratic country that was doing very well. But we also on that trip had a chance to fly to most people never get to, a place called Timbuktu. Everybody's heard of it, but no one's ever been there. Well, it turns out it was one of the greatest learning centers in the world, in the Islamic world for thousands of years. But the phenomenon of desertification, the desert swallowing up things as it expands and taking away arable land, led to a real problem. Not only threatening these ancient manuscripts, was what happened years after I was there, is some of these extremist groups from Algeria, from other places in the region, Boko Haram, Al-Qaeda, they came in and realized these traditional communities could not withstand this kind of loss of resources. And so people were tempted to affiliate with them because they were beginning to feel that they did not have the help from nature that they needed to survive, that they relied on forever. The other example is Nigeria, which relates to the oil issue that your country is having a very interesting future now with regard to that. The exploitation in the oil area by huge international companies on the Niger River led to a scene I couldn't believe, which is that I went down on a Nigerian Navy ship and there were no birds. And all we could see were, flat flares from environmentally unsound flares from the oil production. And as a result, a lot of the native people there who had lived there forever, there was violence. They were angry and they were trying to stop this. So it creates serious violence and tension. And the good news for your country is you can learn from this. Yeah, as you get into the oil era, you can avoid those mistakes and make sure that traditional and indigenous peoples and others are not left by the wayside. So those are two examples of where environmental damage definitely leads to instability or conflict.
Thank you for those examples, Senator. Now, where nature is concerned, some believe that it can actually be a bridge, so to speak, between communities, bringing them closer together. Have you come across any examples where protecting the environment has actually helped to build peace?
I can, and let me first of all say I really think nature does bring people together, almost any person. Whatever tensions we have with the Russians or Chinese or whoever it might be, people tend to love nature in their own country and internationally. And so it is an area of common ground. We saw that the panda bears were, the pandas were the ones that helped make it possible for China and the United States to have a relationship, for example. And so a great example is when I was appointed by President Obama to be the special envoy to the Great Lakes region of Africa, which was basically the terrible violent conflict that's gone on and off for many years on the eastern part of Congo. And it's called the Great Lakes region because there are five or so very historic lakes. And, there was this awful, horrible war going on where 10 or 20 million people were being killed, 50 armed groups. It was miserable. And so what I thought is we did succeed in trying to get a ceasefire. We had peace for about 10 years and it came undone, but for about 10 years. But while I was there, I thought, wait a minute, what brings these people together? What could get them to stop exploiting each other? Well, cooperation about these lakes. And so the United States and Canada, we did something we called the Great Lakes to Great Lakes Gathering on Lake Tanganyika, which is one of the biggest lakes in the world. And so we had the experts from Africa and the United States and Canada, and we all said, this is something we can all agree on. It was a completely peaceful meeting. It was a meeting where we were basically talking about what would be the peace dividend if we stopped the fighting. And so that was where nature definitely was coming into play, as an example.
Thank you so much for that perspective, Senator. Now, where peace building is concerned, I know you've done a lot of this during your career, very distinguished as well. Would you say that enough attention is being paid to environmental issues, or is there still a missing piece?
Yeah, there's two things going on. One is the very unfortunate attack by some, frankly, including the government of the United States, on the climate issue. Almost every country in the world understands that there is a climate crisis and takes it seriously. So that has damaged not only the climate issue, but the nature issue. But a lot of people see the nature issue as separate. It's not entirely separate. But, a lot of people, conservatives, liberals, others, they're very comfortable with the nature issue. And so I would say on that one, the trend is positive. And so my group that I work with, the Campaign for Nature, we are traveling all over the world and finding tremendous interest in this in terms of resolving conflicts. And I've already been this year to the United Arab Emirates, to Korea, to Singapore, to England, and all of these places where they regard creating the mechanisms to protect nature as important for overall stability, including ratifying something called the High Seas Treaty. Right now, there is no treaty that regulates the waters outside of a country's territorial waters. So your country would have certain rights to do things within a number of miles. But outside of that, 75% of the oceans aren't regulated at all. And so we've been working together and making great progress on getting the 60 countries to ratify that would bring that into effect. So there could be some kind of legal regime to protect that. And that's an important stability issue too, because we don't want people having at each other out in the open seas as they try to mine or get valuable resources.
Thank you, Senator Russ. Now, Are there any legal tools or democratic safeguards that you believe every country should have in place if they do want to take the protection of biodiversity seriously?
Definitely. It took the United States about 100 years to get to this, but in the late 19th century, under Lincoln and Teddy Roosevelt, we were able to create our national parks system, which is one of the most magnificent things in the world. From the Grand Canyon to Smoky Mountain to in the northern Wisconsin and the Boundary Waters, it's an absolutely magnificent way not only to preserve nature and to make sure that people are safe and the communities can live, but also it's wonderful from a tourism point of view. Now, you have to make sure the legal mechanisms are there to make that happen. And frankly, we're having some problems right now because there's two ways that can happen. One is if Congress approves a national park, so there's a legal mechanism that way. But also the presidents have been able to designate certain places as monuments, and those aren't really buildings always. They are places, natural places. And Presidents Obama, Biden, and others have designated these, but some of that protection has just been recently taken away, and a president can take those away. So I would say that a legal tool that would be important for any country like yours that has enormous biodiversity is making sure there's a strong ability to protect in order to do that. And you have to also have the resources available. You can't just say, okay, we're protecting this place over here. There's got to be some money to pay for it.
Indeed.
I remember I met with the lead forester in Rwanda a few years ago, and he said, well, we're going to designate this area. He said, but Senator, we don't have a forestry school. So we don't have a place where we can train people on how to, maintain a forest. That has to be part of it too. So having a, academic and practical way to train people to do that work is good work. It's important work. It should be well-paying work, and I would recommend it strongly for any country.
Thank you so much, Senator Feingold. To close today's podcast session, Guyana, as you noted in your introduction, is preparing for the next pioneering chapter of its green leadership. And in so doing, it will host from July 23rd to the 25th, the Global Biodiversity Alliance Summit. Senator Feingold, what is your advice to leaders and citizens who will be attending this summit and they are interested in building a future that protects both people and planet?
Well, first of all, let me say, I don't really see myself, Guyana, as the one giving advice. I'm the one that's going to learn. I'm excited to learn about Guyana. I'm excited to learn about what the challenges you're facing and the exciting opportunities you have. So from that point of view, I'm coming there I feel very privileged to learn and see what's going on. But my advice would be that, you have to do whatever you can up front to avoid the mistakes of the past of deforestation and environmental damage to the water and other things can occur as development occurs. You don't want your country to become one of those places that's called a place that has a resource curse. They often talk about Congo that way. It is the most amazing minerals and resources in the world. But because of the lack of concern and pressure to make sure that colonial colonial governments didn't exploit it, as a result, the resource becomes a curse instead of a blessing. And what we wish for Guyana is that the discovery of oil becomes a blessing and not a curse.
Thank you so much, Senator Feingold. This has certainly been an enriching discussion, and your perspectives have truly taken the discussion even further. So thank you once again for participating in today's podcast. To our audience as well, we thank you for your time and for being here with us. Please be sure to join us next week, same time, same place, as we bring you more insights from thought leaders here and around the world regarding the importance of protecting biodiversity. I'm Kiana Wilberg. See you next time.
Thank you for listening to United for Biodiversity, the Alliance podcast. Be sure to follow us for more insightful episodes on our Spotify, LinkedIn, and Facebook accounts.
The government of Guyana has given its commitment to continue to support the country's mining sector. The commitment was given by Minister of Natural Resources Vikram Bharat to members of the Bartica business community at a recent networking activity. He noted that once mining does well, so does Bartica and the entire country.
The mining sector is critical to the development of our country. Today, the Guyana that you see wasn't built on oil and gas. It was built on mining, it was built on logging, on agriculture, and on tourism, and the other traditional sectors.
The minister stated that the government does not intend to make the same mistake as other oil-producing nations and abandon other sectors of the economy.
We said from day one that we are not going to make that mistake. As a matter of fact, we are going to use revenue from the oil and gas sector to incentivize and to expand the traditional productive sectors. And we have done that.
He also noted the benefits of government incentives for the mining, quarrying, and other industries as well.
When we took over government in August of 2020, the annual production of stone aggregates was 600,000 tons. This year, we will produce over 3.6 million tons of aggregates. That is the expansion. And most of that production is coming from right here in Region 7. Right here in Region 7. Gold production has increased. Last year, compared this year with last year, we are over 20,000 ounces ahead of 2024 already. And this is only July 2025.
The Ministry of Labor's Board of Industrial Training, in collaboration with the Art Williams and Harry Wendt Aeronautical Engineering School, recently launched its Aircraft Maintenance Foundation program at the Essequibo Technical Institute on the Regina Essequibo Coast. 20 residents of Region 2, 14 males and 6 females, were the first to benefit from the initiative. Speaking to the Department of Public Information, the beneficiaries expressed gratitude for the program.
When I first saw the program, it was very intriguing because ever since I was small, I was always interested in aviation. I always wanted to pursue my dreams and pursue a career in aviation. I want to become a pilot. So when I saw this, it was like, okay, this is your opportunity.
I've always been fascinated about planes. I wanted to become a pilot, but there's it's expensive. You have to go, out the country. You have to get support, and a lot of people don't have that opportunity. So thanks to the government, I want to thank them for giving me and all the trainees here the opportunity to start this process, this path.
This is truly one of the most amazing things that the government ever did so far, to bring a course like this into Essequibo Coast and bringing it to people like us, because it's very hard for most Essequibians to go into Georgetown and pursue their studies. And a lot of us have dreams to go and get these things done, but financially and then the distance and places to stay is very hard. And now that they've brought it here, and it's cheaper because the courses are very expensive naturally. So bringing it under the government process and just making it better for everybody in Essequibo Coast.
The 9-month program will equip learners with essential skills in aircraft maintenance, ground operations, safety protocols, and technical communication. Critical skills for them to have before taking up careers in Guyana's growing air transport industry.
A brand new community is about to take shape on the Essequibo Coast. 250 families received their house lots in the new Hove Van Arik housing development. This marks a major step towards making their dreams of home ownership a reality.
Our commitment is to ensure that we work continuously so that all of our citizens who are eligible can have access to their own land or home. That's our commitment.
And by delivering on that commitment, the government has put 250 families one step closer to a life of dignity and independence.
My name is Erika Passat. I'm from Riverstone. Since 2023 I applied and I'm excited.
Good afternoon. My name is Sophia Henry. I'm from Charity New Housing Scheme. I was waiting a very long time for this opportunity, and I'm so thankful that I can own my own house land. And I must say thanks to the minister and the government for, give me my own house land. I'm so thankful.
My name is Felicia Ferdinand. I'm originally from Georgetown, but I've been residing in Essequibo for the last 13 years. And I applied for land from the government in 2008. I've been running back and forth, but finally, I came in March to update my application, and they told me, next time you hear that they're coming, you must come. And I came today and I got through, and I'm very much ecstatic because I'm a single mother of 6 and I'm paying rent, and it's very hard on me because I got kids to send to school, I got lesson fees and so on to pay. So paying rent and I have bills to pay is very hard. So I'm glad that I got through today because at least, I can't even explain. It's like a burden on my shoulders, I've been praying. I know I want to say thanks to my mom because she always said, she said, "Man, don't give up. God is come through when you least expect it." And he did today, and I want to say thanks to the government and thanks to me for keeping up the faith because sometimes I feel like give up, but thank you very much to the minister and to the government of Guyana. And I'm encouraging young people to, apply. It's a lifelong investment. And, you can leave something for your kids.
Welcome to this week's edition of Weekly Digest, your front row seat to the policies, programs, and people shaping Guyana's development journey. Each week, we go beyond the headlines to follow ministers of government as they implement the administration's agenda, one step, one story, and one community at a time. A new chapter has begun for families in Tushan, East Bank, Essequibo. On Wednesday, Minister of Education Priya Manik Chand officially opened the doors to the Early Learners Nursery, a $51 million investment in the future of Guyana's children. Just months ago in April 2025, this school welcomed 40 little learners. Today, that number has more than doubled with 90 children now enrolled, a powerful sign of the growing confidence parents have in the public education system. The bright classrooms and nurturing environment stand as a testament to the government's promise that every child, no matter where they live, deserves the best possible education. Meanwhile, in Region 1, Ministers Colin Crowell and Vikram Bharat met with residents and miners in Baramita and Matthews Ridge. At Baramita, the team handed over solar lights and engines to support safer and more productive mining operations, bringing meaningful support to hinterland communities. Minister Crowell was also at the Guyana National Stadium in Providence, where preparations are in full swing for the International Building Expo, set for August 14th to 17th. He expressed satisfaction with the setup for what is expected to be a landmark event for Guyana's housing and construction sectors. This year's expo will place special focus on sustainability and biodiversity, building on Guyana's recent role in hosting the Global Biodiversity Alliance Summit. In a major step toward agricultural revitalization, Guyana and the Dominican Republic has signed a historic agreement to begin large-scale coffee and cocoa cultivation in Region 1. The initiative will see 200 acres each of cocoa and coffee developed, creating jobs for nearly 3,000 people and boosting rural livelihoods and regional trade. At full production, cocoa yields are expected to reach up to 8,000 metric tons. This move supports President Irfan Ali's broader vision to restore Region 1 as a leading hub for coffee and cocoa production. Following President Dr. Irfan Ali's community engagement at Coverdon, Minister Deodat Indar led a site visit to the ongoing Good Success to Mary Road project, where several matters were addressed. The minister issued a number of directives to the contractor, supervisory consultant, and engineers attached to the Ministry of Public Works to remedy concerns raised by residents. The Unleash Ability Summit was held on Tuesday at the Pegasus Suites and Corporate Center. It brought together key stakeholders within government agencies, the private sector, and international partners to commit to core principles of engaging people living with disabilities. This was a collaborative effort by the Ministry of Human Services and Social Security, Ministry of Health, and UNICEF. Their stakeholders engaged adults and children living with disabilities.
When we meet again, we should be able to come here with figures and facts to show how this has been achieved. Through the Ministry of Human Services and Social Security, we have done many transformational initiatives to improve the lives of persons living with disabilities.
This summit brings to the forefront the importance of acknowledging persons living with disabilities, celebrating their strengths and accomplishments while listening to their challenges, so that policies can be crafted to build a more inclusive society for all. Minister of Tourism, Industry and Commerce Oni Juwalran delivered remarks at Monday's award ceremony for the 59th Snap and Cheer competition. She praised participants for helping to spotlight Destination Guyana, noting that this year's competition saw over 1,600 entries, racking up more than 16.8 million views and nearly 400,000 engagements online. Now in its fifth year, Snap and Cheer continues to grow in reach and impact, bringing together both amateur and professional photographers to celebrate Guyana's natural beauty and cultural heritage. And that's just a snapshot of how the week unfolded, one step at a time, one community at a time, but many stories continue to be written. That's it for this edition. We'll see you next week with more stories from the heart of government. Welcome to the President's Diary, your weekly look at bold, hands-on leadership. This week, President Dr. Muhammad Irfan Ali led major developments in healthcare, security, and diplomacy, all part of his plan to improve lives and transform communities. On Sunday, during a live social media broadcast, President Ali reminded citizens that more than 200 taxes have been rolled back, with no new taxes added in the past 5 years. He said this forms part of a broader strategy to reduce poverty, support working families, and drive national development through social programs, tax incentives, and major infrastructure investments.
How do we intend to take this forward? And not only take it forward, but to ensure we build in a systemic way. Because to address these issues comprehensively, we have to do it in a systemic way. We have to do it in a way in which the policies and programs do not only address the short-term challenges, but the policies and systems that we build would address holistically the long-term challenges and create economic growth, expansion, and allow a social safety net to be built around opportunities for the poor.
On Monday, the president met with dialysis patients and their families at State House. He reaffirmed the government's commitment to supporting those in need, including an annual $600,000 grant per person for hemodialysis treatment, easing the financial burden on vulnerable citizens. The head of state also welcomed the non-resident ambassador of the Republic of Korea, His Excellency Sejong Kwon. They discussed expanding cooperation in key areas, with President Ali noting that Guyana and Korea are now well positioned to turn shared potential into real progress. Later in the week, President Ali hosted a major trade delegation from the Dominican Republic at State House. The talks followed recent engagements with President Luis Abinader and focused on collaboration in agriculture, tourism, cybersecurity, and healthcare, advancing Guyana's position as a regional leader in services and investment. Healthcare also saw a landmark moment in Region 5 with the commissioning of the state-of-the-art Bath Regional Hospital, valued at $6 billion. President Ali said the facility will revolutionize healthcare in the region, reducing the stress of transportation.
This facility by itself is testament to a government that is developing our country to remove inequality, to improve services across the board, and to bring parity with those who can afford it from the private hospital and those who will also get the same level of service from a public hospital.
In a historic move, more than 2,000 officers of the Guyana Police Force will receive promotions starting August 1st, 2025. During his address at Eve Leary, President Ali commended the ranks for their dedication, highlighting that the promotion process will recognize clean service records and years of contribution.
All those, 5 to 7 years of service. All those persons who are constable between 5 to 7 years of service have not been promoted. You are going to go to Lance Corporal at the highest level of it.
The elevation will span across several ranks, including promotions from constable to lance corporal to corporal, corporal to sergeant, and sergeant to inspector.
With greater rewards, a greater responsibility. I want you to honor what you do, honor your job.
On Thursday, President Ali met with international reggae star Maxi Priest at State House. The two explored opportunities to position Guyana as a hub for music festivals and production, while discussing the sustainability of the Caribbean music industry. In celebration of emancipation, President Ali also hosted several African heritage groups on Friday, reaffirming the government's support for cultural preservation through music, traditional clothing, and the arts. The president later joined thousands at the 187th Emancipation Anniversary in New Amsterdam, Berbice, where he paid tribute to the resilience of African ancestors.
We honor the indomitable spirit of our African forebears, who in the crucible of bondage kindled the flame of dignity that still guides our nation.
To support African Guyanese culture, the president announced a $1 million contribution to support the drumming group's development programs, along with an additional $1.5 million to boost the Organization for Social and Health Advancement in Guyana, OSHAG, ambassadorial program.
The Conganaya Group, your work among young people is enormous, and I'm committing $1 million, 1 million Guyana dollars for the further development of your group. And OSHAG, this important organization, has embraced young people. Your ambassadorial program is second to none.
And wrapping up the week, the president visited Port Kaituma in Region 1, where he met with residents during a public meeting. There he announced a reduction in electricity costs, jump-starting the cocoa and coffee industry, and a suite of initiatives aimed at further improving the lives of residents in remote communities.
From expanding healthcare and building regional ties to investing in culture and community well-being, this week once again reflected a president deeply committed to building a stronger, more resilient Guyana. Join us next time on the President's Diary as we continue to follow the footsteps of leadership.
Hey, yo, Bob, let me get that Hey, come on, hey, okay, yeah. Look at this, listen. From, I know myself, right? I was born in 77, started listening to you in the early 90s, and 90s, early, like I got my own Walkman thing. Brother, thank you so much, man. I don't think you understand how much life you touch. Right? He doesn't understand. I don't think you understand that, man. Thank you so much for what you did for all of us here, man. Look at this. And for you to be here, still doing it. For you to be here, this is where I grew up. For you to be here in my home, I appreciate it. Thank you so much, man. What are you doing there, chef?
You have some beef bruschettas.
We got all the chefs that are here, and everybody is ready, right? We're doing breakfast, and why we all here? Chef Dan, Chef Lennox. We have Aftab, the farmer who provide our produce, you know, the vegetables and stuff. And we're here, we're preparing for Maxi Priest. Look, man, I'm getting goosebumps. I grew up with this guy. I don't want to choke up and cry, right? Tear up. Everybody's like, why this guy always cries? This guy, like so many people he touched around the world in such a good way. Phenomenal guy, man. And now, today, in 2025, this guy is coming to my place, the Backyard Cafe, to sit down and have a meal. He's coming to have breakfast. He loves fish, and this is his right here, personally. Look at that, fish in a tomato sauce. That's set. You're getting pepper pot. Look, everything on the board is pepper pot, fish soup for the crew. We got lots of fruit, all the fruits and things that's available here. You know, we got some bruschetta, coconut bread, bruschetta, all of these different things, man, and all Guyanese style food that I'm cooking up for Maxi Priest with my colleagues, my friends, other chefs, right? The farmer who produced it. Look, he's right over there showing up his thing there. Up top.
This looks amazing. I'm just the person just taste testing, make sure everything's okay.
And the crew, amazing crew. This young lady's been up since 4 o'clock. This young lady has been up since 4 o'clock. This young lady just got in late. Maxi Priest and his crew is going to be full with all Guyanese goodness, man. And Chef Dan provided the pepper pot ice cream. Pepper pot ice cream. The next ice cream that Chef Dan is going to be putting out here is the Solara ice cream. Right, Chef?
Yeah,
so
nice.
He has the pepper pot ice cream already, and then the Solara ice cream is coming out next. But today, Maxi Priest is going to be getting some pepper pot ice cream. And it doesn't get any more Guyanese than that right there, man. All right? Del Bananas Backyard Cafe. Stay tuned. All the fun and excitement is right here. Maxi Priest at the Backyard Cafe, man. That's amazing.
Hello. So my name is Melody Thomas. I am a TV producer, singer-songwriter, and also an actress. So I have been invited, especially invited today, which I'm chuffed about. Maxi Priest, British reggae artist, is coming to Guyana. He's going to be performing this weekend for Emancipation. I'm also performing for Emancipation. They said, you know what, why don't you guys just link up and have some brunch? I said, why not? I'm going to talk his ear off, though. We're going to talk about London in a bit. Well, I grew up in the UK. I grew up in London. I know that Maxi, he was really popular in the 70s, 60s. That was a bit before my time, but my parents are into music for real, for real. So I grew up listening to Maxi's music, and I think he inspired me as well to become a British reggae singer. So I sing reggae, but I also sing R&B. But to be honest with you, I'm a songwriter as well, so I write for all kinds of people, all different genres. I'm just expecting, I don't know, the Backyard Cafe is such a chill place. So I'm expecting a nice, cool vibe, great food, great atmosphere, and, you know, just a nice morning, really. Yes, I did, but nobody bought me. Nobody took me, but I took myself today. It's all right. But you know what? I'm glad I came out, and I'm telling you guys, if you haven't been here, get yourself down here. It's a vibe. So I'll be at the Emancipation Festival, and that's at the National Park on the 1st of August. I'm going to be there. You want to get a taste? Step out of the shadows and come into the light. Now is your time to find your way in life. It's all a journey that we all must take. This fight is for true soldiers, and the war begins today. Guys, come out and check out the full song, Go Harder, We're Going Harder, on August the 1st for sure. Social, on everything. I'm on everything. It's Melody Thomas, the creator, because I create everything, yeah?
Egg ball, Guyanese #1 street food, right? And we're gonna give this to Maxi Priest. I hope he's having this for the first time. This is our national treasure. Egg ball is our national treasure, right? This is one of our hardest hidden street food that we have. Something that we grew up with, right? And all Guyanese can attest to that, right? So please dig in, go ahead and enjoy, right?
Lovely. Thank you.
Yeah,
This is your place?
this is.
Beautiful.
Yeah, thank you.
Much.
Thank you so much. Yeah, man. Thank you. And we have coffee here. Anyone wants coffee? Just hit us up. This is the coconut bread bruschetta, but this is a beef bruschetta. Beef bruschetta with our coconut bread. And remember, it's like it's an Italian thing, but you got to put the Guyanese twist. So we got the thick leaf caludong in the bottom there. We got the Guyana beef from our farmer right over there. Right? Aftab. Chef Lennox is the one who prepped this. Chef Dan right over there.
Chef Dan, she just toast the school.
Yeah. He toasts the bread. It's a beef bruschetta. If you could help me out, put this one right over on this side. It's a beef bruschetta. Yeah, one right over here. We got saltfish and bake. These are fluffy bakes, man. This is milk made with coconut milk. These bakes are made with coconut milk. Yeah. Guys, saltfish and bake. Again, another Guyanese classic. Please. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. We got roti. Nice fluffy roti.
That's some Belanger choker.
That's the real deal right there, man. Belanger choker. Chef Lennox. This here is the steamed fish done in a tomato sauce. Tomatoes. We heard Maxi loved the fish, so we got to put this right in front of you. Yeah. This is like really hot, right? Really, really hot. So there you go, buddy. Yes, sir. And that's our gray snapper. I just do it with shrimp and all these things. Yeah. Yeah, man. Thank you. Just wanted to get the introduction here live. Want everybody outside. Come on, come on, come on. Chef Lennox from Scotty Smokehouse. My really, really good friend. You guys should take a trip and make sure you get to visit him. Oh, okay, good, good, good. The Aftab, he's the farmer that provides most of everything that you see here. Right? Really good beef. So tell me what you think about that. We got Chef Dan.
He's not front and center. He should be front and
Yes.
center.
Chef Dan came up with one of the creation. He's Guyanese now. He's living here now and doing some amazing things all across the U.S. with restaurants all across the U.S. He created the pepper pot ice cream. So,
I saw when you posted that, I'm like, pepper pot ice cream, bro. I don't know.
yeah, man. But you guys gonna get a chance to taste it, and that's why we do it like that, right? So that you can, because we know a lot. No, because you probably thinking the man got beef inside the thing. That no. It's It's everything that's in pepper pot except meat. A little bit of cinnamon, a little bit of clove powder, right? Everything that's in pepper pot, so you get that flavor. Yeah, the casrip is the base. So you get a taste like a licorice, right? So, and then with Aftab, put in all the chefs. We got about 30 chefs that's gonna be getting supplies from Aftab. The first ever, I think in the Caribbean, that a farmer is gonna be dealing directly with restaurants. And yeah, to have you guys here sitting, you guys are like the first to ever get to witness it, right? So beautiful concept that we put together. Yeah, man.
I'm gonna tell you right now, the chefs them I couldn't do without them. My inspiration came from them, and they keep pushing me to the next level. So they've also came to the ranch where we had that farm to table experience, and a true farm to table experience. If any one of you guys are interested, you can come in and have a great time. It's actually in the countryside called Burbies, and it's on the actual Abari River. So so where the farmhouse is right there. It's a working cattle farm, and these gentlemen makes it look amazing. But keep in mind, it's right near me.
Yeah.
You introduce the cameraman.
Oh, I am sorry. Ronald is on the production side. He produced everything for us, from our YouTube channel to all the different tabs that they have. Yes, on himself. Pepper pot ice cream with the pone, right? Pepper pot ice cream and cassava pone. Guyanese classic. Pepper pot ice cream. You want a photo?
This, Chef Delvin and team, put your foot in this one. I did not know what to expect in terms of pepper pot ice cream, but this is wild. It is a different flavor palette.
Appreciate it, man.
It's different. It has a nice taste of spice to it. It has a nice flavor of, it has some heat to it, but it's creamy. It's a taste of goodness of Guyana in a block of ice. That's how I'll describe it.
Thank you so much
for inviting us.
I appreciate it.
I enjoyed this.
And look at you with your culture outfit. You ready for folk?
This is emancipation time. This is how we promote. This is the first August in the national park. You gotta come down. And this is every day, but emancipation time we go extra hard.
That's it right there, man. That's it, man. That's it right there, man.
Thank you for putting Guyana in such a great, wonderful light.
Thank you.
Bringing, recognition to Guyana and all it has to offer. And we can only go further with stuff like this.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. At least coming from another Guyanese, I really appreciate that,
Guyana to the bone, buddy.
Yeah, buddy.
All the time.
Yeah, buddy. You heard it there for yourself. Guyanese to the bone, always.
Ice cream.
That's it. Can't get better than that at all. We bleed 5 colors, man.
Yes, sir.
But it was awesome. It was awesome. I know you always coming together, man. So thank you so much for coming.
Yeah, man.
And glad that we get to provide this here for you, man. You right?
God
you,
is great,
you
man.
warm my heart, man.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Right?
Hey, come on, hey, okay, yeah.
How did Plucky Farm came about?
Plucky's Farm. It's a little touching for me to say this, and my dad passed about 2 years, a few days ago. And what I'd wanted to do for everyone to enjoy, to experience, is what I've experienced for over 2 decades. So I want to share this with the world and with friends and with family. And once you come here to join us here at Plucky's Ranch, you'll be treated like family. And just to touch on this particular experience is my dad was well known for his culinary skills. And just to bring these chefs here today, it's a piece of him that's here with us. So that's all I can really explain it. It's an overwhelming feeling to have everybody here today. So thank you so much, and I hope you enjoy it.
So let's go food going inside. See. A cow got 4 photo, you only get 3. It was an apple tea.
So this is regular beef. This is the cow belly. I'm mincing this up to make burgers. Because we're on a farm, we don't have the mill, but we're still making it work. Good, fatty meat. And you make burgers. Right?
You know fried rice? Yeah. You always start by caramelizing your onion, ginger, garlic. Here's that. Around the rice. Add the salt, black pepper. Fill up the rice. Let it go. That's right. Allow water to spring out and bam, 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 bam. Yeah. Add the rice. Fancy here is my sous chef. Please. She'll be organizing some carrots and corn and bora, aka bodi, for the fried rice.
The bora is coming along, chef.
Man, look at it right here. So even though I got nice fat to hold that burger together, I still use one of the local chicken eggs right there. You know, onions, garlic. We got some thyme, some mardman pork in there, which is basil. Guyanese love to say mardman pork. No one can explain to me what is mardman pork, but it's there.
Fresh shallot.
Right? Also, beer. We could bless some right in here. Create moisture and flavor. And also, for the chef, I got wiriri pepper. I have rocotillo pepper. Wiriri. Right here, we finish chopping up our meat for the burgers. Now we stuffing it with the jalapeno and mozzarella cheese. Right smack in the middle right here. Fold that in. Look at that. No breadcrumb, none of that in the burger. It's gonna hold itself. You will see. Well seasoned. Everything came from the farm. You see the mardman pork, the scallions or shallot, whatever you call it. Wish they can smell it. And that's my thinly sliced beef for the chow mein. Look how thin it is. And we did this with the hand, with my cleaver. Thinly sliced beef.
Pepper pot shank. They think they could cook, can't cook for we farm.
Get all of that good stuff there in that chow mein, just a tiny bit of water, and just let this saute nicely.
What is what you doing here right now?
We are sauteing the vegetables for the fried rice.
You think about Plucky's farm?
I really like it, given from the experience that I had from the last time to now. Most of the stuff has been really upgraded, so I really like it. And I love the idea of farm to table because everything is fresh. For example, getting everything right out here to go inside of this pot. Everything is fresh, so I love that idea.
I mean, obviously it has a 10 in.
You have everything from the farm. Our celery, shallot, pepper. And then we pick a cabbage. We fry the rice and the chow mein with from the farm. Yesterday we did the belange. We did the belange, the ratatouille from the farm. So everything is right here.
Incredible,
the Plucky's Ranch.
What fish is this?
You got the arrow and huri. And this is the basho. The table basho or the silver basho. And the rest frying up now.
Chef, you got it now, Chef Lennox.
Do some fried rice. I have my sous chef with me. Delvin, you have your sous chef for the day, so please don't get jealous.
Guys, come through, come. sneak in. Go ahead, fry fish. Oh my God. Up top, you want to fry fish, boy?
I'm gonna have this piece right here.
The uri, and I got the basho. Well seasoned. How is that? Dude, right outside there. Turn around the camera. Them man, I think it's far away, but put the camera right there. We could point our fingers in the water. This came from right in the Barry Creek. That fried rice over there, man. You know, you make it so like real Chinese fried rice, buddy.
I think you try it.
Alright guys, we are here. I know I talk a lot, it's raining. We finished, this is the finished product, right? Here on Plucky's farm. Everything came from the farm except for the noodles and the rice. You planted rice yet?
Not yet.
Alright.
It's not rice season.
Right across the way we planted rice. Though.
Right across. There's the rice. Here is Chef Lennox. Chef Lennox, how you doing, buddy?
Wonderful, man. Wonderful.
All here on the farm.
All excited with everything. It's amazing. Everything is fresh, nice. And I'm looking forward to do this again.
So, Chef did the fried rice and what meat you did?
And the steak. Yes, we did some ribeye.
Oh,
yes,
right.
It's nice.
After you created this facility for us, and how was it? Just looking at the experience.
The experience has definitely brought out a new aspect of how to look at what we have here in Guyana. A lot of people think that the beef that we get here is not capable of doing what we wanted to do here. Everything that you have here on the table is fresh, tender, minutes to cook. I mean, I'm not a chef, but these fellas can tell you it took normally it would take an hour or 2 hours to cook a beef shank, and it was done in what,
Half
Chef?
an hour.
30 minutes?
Yeah, about half an hour, 45 minutes.
Imagine that.
Yeah,
So
we
I'm
got
gonna.
fireside and everything went well.
It went extremely well. So I'm gonna pass it on to Chef Dan so he can explain his experience.
Hey, Chef Dan. Yeah, I mean, this is my second time here. It was great with the addition of more animals besides the beef that we all got to cook today. Yesterday, we got to play with goat. There's chickens and duck all around. I got to make a beef kofta with a sumac lemon pickled onion.
Ooh, love the name. Go ahead one more time with the name.
A beef kofta with a pickled sumac onion relish.
Phenomenal.
But yeah, I mean, it was great playing with all the fresh meat, playing with meat that was, well, I don't want to say breathing just not too long ago, but it was.
Yeah. Amen. And then we have, thank you so much, Chef Dan, coming all the way from the U.S., right, getting this done. Then we have Chef Adrian Cumberbatch.
Yes, please. Fantastic. And they say weekend. Fantastic. Yeah. 2 days I had here. I had the beef shank with the roast breadfruit. Roast breadfruit is common in Barbados. Right. So I brought out taste and flavor here. Big up to all the guys that work with you here on the ranch. The guys did a fantastic. Big up when the guys in back there. So yeah.
Cowboys, man.
Yeah, the cowboys. The men treat us.
Cowboy beef soup. Oh.
The men treated us good. We got treat good. The experience was good. So, you have to be open-minded here and come and get all natural food. All natural. Everything cooked from right here, right at the river. The experience is nice.
Raised over there.
Correct.
Growing right over here.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Correct. Everything
better than that, man.
And the entire table is local. From the noodles, the rice, everything is local.
All right, guys. So this is Aftab's project, and this is just one of the side project that this main hub creates.
Correct. There's a lot to be said about that. We're going to expand even further. The chefs have given me so many great opportunities and possible. Let's just say there's a secret that's going to be happening, and you'll see it out there for other chefs to enjoy. But the main ones are here today, and I will tell you, I got to thank each and every one of them to present something here today that's I don't think has ever been done.
No, never been done here
in
Guyana.
Thank you again for everyone. Chef Delvin, Chef Lennox, Chef Dan, Chef Adrian. I really appreciate you guys coming here at Plucky's Ranch. I think everybody who has an opportunity to experience it here would enjoy every minute of it. So please don't forget, reach out, let us know what you think. It's an incredible experience.
That's right, guys. The secret, you have to subscribe to the YouTube channel, and there you will find it. Right? We will tell you more on the YouTube channel. We can't give you everything out right there, right? This is Backyard Cafe Guyana, right? And then we're gonna get to set up Plucky's Ranch YouTube later on.
Absolutely.
All of that is coming soon,
Yes.
right? So there you have it. Let's get out to the
Thank you
rain
for having
now.
us.
Thank you for having us. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Let's
And we look
enjoy.
forward to much more of this. Thank you.
All right,
Thank you, guys.
Delvin Adams, Backyard Cafe, and I'll see you when I see you. We're here on Plucky's Ranch, and we can't wait to see you here, Plucky's Ranch.
President Dr. Mohamed Irfan Ali is promising major investments for Guyana. He says a new, modern transport system will improve connectivity, lower costs, and lift livelihoods. Speaking to thousands of residents on Friday, the president said the plan will connect river and road transport. It will also include storage facilities and value-added processing for farmers, families, and businesses.
Not only are we going to invest in the stelling, but we are going to invest in the river transport. We are going to invest in the river transport also, so that we can have your produce transported to Parika and elsewhere at a cheaper cost by giving you direct transfers, direct incentives, removing the duty on ATVs and the duty on 150 horsepower engine, so that our farmers can benefit more on double cab open back, so that you can have more benefit here. But not only do that, we're going to invest in a transport ecosystem. A transport ecosystem that will allow you, the people of Wakenham, to benefit from lower transportation costs.
The president says there will be direct subsidies and tax relief. Duties on agricultural machinery will also be removed. Other upgrades are coming: land for crop diversification, better drainage, and improved health and education services.
We are also going to invest to ensure that every single family is supported, not only in owning their own land, but that every single family in this island, in this region for a matter of fact, that you're supported by direct cash transfers, so that you can own your own homes, you can rehabilitate your homes, you can extend your homes. We want to support quality home ownership by directly supporting families, improving their homes.
Farmers will also get help to diversify crops. There will be expanded crop insurance for rice producers and cheaper loans through a special development fund.
We are going to set up a special incentive, a special development fund, so that our farmers will not borrow at 8% and 9% and 12%. Our farmers must borrow at nothing more than 4%.
President Ali says residents will be in a situation where they can keep more of their income, and he pledged that they will not be left behind in the country's development plans.
The next phase of development is about wealth creation at the family level, wealth creation at the community level, wealth creation so that more money comes to the island of Wakenham, more money stays in your family pocket.
The East Bandeira Public Road is a vital route that links homes to workplaces, schools, and businesses. But it has become synonymous with one word: traffic. Every morning and evening, the struggle is all too real. Precious hours are lost, fuel is wasted, and patience is sorely tested. Jermaine Glasgow, an aspiring doctor, knows this very well. He faces this challenge every day.
typical morning traveling the East Bank to the East Coast is a little bit hard, I guess you can say. So coming from Supply, it would usually take me roughly an hour and a half to get to the university. This would include things like getting a bus, which route the bus takes, and the getting another bus to get into UG. I would usually have morning classes at around 8 o'clock, 8:15 to be exact. To get to those classes specifically, I would need to leave roughly around 5 o'clock in the morning, and that's hoping buses pass at those times as well. The traffic build-up these days would start as early as 6:30, so the reason for 5 o'clock is to beat 6:30 traffic.
With over 30,000 vehicles traversing the East Bank daily and more to come, another thoroughfare was much needed. The solution was the visionary Eccles to Oval Road link. The US $133.8 million road is a corridor of opportunity. This road also helps Jermaine arrive at class on time, which he considers very helpful. He believes that being punctual is essential because missing valuable information could increase his stress levels.
If I don't meet those classes, then I wouldn't be able to get the information. When I talk about meeting the classes now, I mean like meeting them on time. The lecturers don't really like when you're not at class on time. Not only that, of course, it will take away from the information you're able to gather. So without us being there on time, there is a high possibility some of the lecturers might want us to not join the class entirely, and that just adds more to our loss. So getting there on time is really important to me, and I think it's really important to any student that attends UG.
We took a ride with Jermaine, and he had the opportunity to compare this new thoroughfare to his experience using the regular route.
It felt as though I was barely making it to classes each day. It felt as though I had to give up a lot of sleep, a lot of my time, just to travel the main road and get to university. However, with this road, surprisingly, I was able to get there in less than half the amount of time I would usually take. Let's say I would usually take about an hour and a half. Within 45 minutes, I was at UG. That always surprises me, to think about how fast I would get there using this road. There's not much traffic here, there's not much stops you need to make, and it's very, very beneficial to me, and I can see that this road can be very beneficial to a lot of other students as well. I'm not the only one from the East Bank. I do hear my story being regurgitated with other students, so I think this would be very beneficial to others within UG as well, especially those that may be coming even far distance than I.
Jermaine is just one of the many students who have to get up early in the morning to be on the road at least by 5:30, ensuring that he gets reliable transportation and avoid the morning rush hour. This road is an investment that benefits every driver, every student, every child, and resident who had to contend with the East Bank traffic.
Guyana continues to see a record increase in the number of visitors. And of course, the local tourism businesses are reaping the benefits of the growing tourism industry. Managing Director of Rainforest Tours, Frank Singh, has testified about the tourism boom in the past 5 years.
For the last 5 years, in the tourism industry, I've seen a mass or drastic improvement. The reason why, because the Guyana Tourism Authority, they're setting more standards and they're opening more packages, which in the different areas of Guyana have more package. Because when we started, there were only a few packages. So there are more to offer people who are visiting Guyana. And at the same time, people should be aware that you can only use like register companies with the Guyana Tourism Authority, which when you do that, you'll be more safe and you will enjoy the product much better.
With Guyana being pedestaled, more clients are coming to Guyana with different interests.
People are more coming to Guyana with different expectations. I mean, so the products we have now, which is very diverse, and that can suit most of the people that come into Guyana because there's a lot. For the oil and gas, there's a lot of people know about Guyana now. So there are more and more people coming, and there are more tours that are being exposed right now.
But like other tour operators in Guyana, the surge of visitors is creating a challenge: the need for more staff. The Guyana Tourism Authority has been playing its part, training in excess of 9,000 persons in the last 5 years, while also licensing many businesses. Yet the void remains.
I hope more people could be more interested in it. You see, there's as we said, tourism is a big cake, but there's a slice for everyone who dedicate themselves to the hospitality industry and the tourism industry. There's opportunities, great opportunities there.
After 30 years, Singh plans to continue doing what he does best: offer unique and alluring tour packages to visitors. He is even working on new packages for different niches as they emerge.
There's a great opportunity. As you can see, I'm still existing. Rainforest Tour is still existing after approximately 30 years. So if it was a vibrant industry, I would have done pack up shop and close, but you could see it as a vibrant industry. I'm still around. And I will encourage people, come on board, come on board. There's a great opportunity for everyone.
I'm here at the Guy Oil service station on Regent Street, where motorists are happy that they are paying less for gas than other countries in the Caribbean. As of July, Guyanese motorists were paying about half of what was being paid in the Caribbean for a liter of gas. It's not me saying this, it's facts from the Energy Chamber of Trinidad and Tobago. And it's a direct result from government's intervention on moving the excise tax from 50% to zero on fuel. Let's talk to some of the drivers and hear what they have to say about this.
For me, it has definitely improved my life because the cost has really caused me to more budget better for my driving because I am a massage therapist. So I do house calls, I go to my clients. So it has definitely improved my life because it's less and I get more gas for less money, which is better for me.
Okay.
I think it's good. I mean, because I've often asked the question, we are an oil producing country now. How come our gas is so high? So when I saw that the gas drop, I'm like, yeah, we're on the right path.
Well, I think it's a good thing because it helped me a lot when it comes to buying gas. You know, also I'm a motorbike user. It helped me a lot because the prices are a little bit more cheaper than before. I couldn't afford all the amount of money to buy gas, and also I'm a brush cutter user. It's helped me a lot because I get to buy enough gas to do my work and them stuff. I think it's something really good they did, and I really appreciate what they did.
Pay less, save more. And the idea go by a gas station, buy gas for my tank, the gas burn out and come back here. Right now, my tank in there, come back here and load back my tank because this gas is the best.
I feel very good because we used to pay far more than we pay for gas right now. So I thank God that the government intervened and doing something for us who got buy gas almost every 2 weeks.
At least for once that we as consumers, drivers and owner can be a little more easy at the gas station whereby you could come and get the money worth for we buying it. So that we can even for drive a bit more, check our family more, you know what I mean? We got to think about you gotta buy gas on so often. At least this is a right step in the way for making things for our consumer a little more easy for us.
Construction will soon begin on a brand new $350 million secondary school at Shulinap in Region 9. When completed in about 8 months, the school will serve 250 students from Kator, Parikwarinau, Kwaiko, Baitun, Meriwa, and Patarinau. Minister of Education Priya Manikchand led the saw-turning ceremony for the school on Tuesday. She was joined by Regional Executive Officer Carl Singh and Tushao of Shulinap Nicholas Fredericks, who praised the government for fulfilling its promise.
It is something that we were asking for a very long time. And thank you to our government. I wanted to give special regards to President Irfan Ali for making this a reality. We know that this is a government that is willing to work with us as indigenous people. We are here to work with the government to ensure that the development is brought to our communities.
This is a plus for us, especially where education is concerned. And I feel relief, right, because of the challenges we face going to Sand Creek Secondary. So this is a great effort that has been done by the president himself, right? PPC government.
Minister Manikchand reminded the residents of government's commitment of making access to quality education easier.
We couldn't be happier because what we're trying to do is a new model, not build large schools where children have to be away from home for large amounts of time without the guidance and love of their family members, but smaller schools across the region. And so in Region 9 alone, we're building 9 secondary schools. Are building or have built 9 secondary schools already. We've built or are building 22 nursery schools, and we have built or are building 8 primary schools.
Her rhetoric has been exemplified as 29 pupils who had to travel to Makushi primary and nursery schools now have their own primary school at Meriwa. The $30 million school was commissioned by Minister Manikchand.
The East Bank Demerara Public Road is a vital route that links homes to workplaces, schools, and businesses. But it has become synonymous with one word: traffic. Every morning and evening, the struggle is all too real. Precious hours are lost, fuel is wasted, and patience is sorely tested. Jeremy in Glasgow, an aspiring doctor, knows this very well. He faces this challenge every day.
Typical morning traveling the East Bank to the East Coast is a little bit hard, I guess you can say. So coming from Supply, it would usually take me roughly an hour and a half to get to the university. This would include things like getting a bus, which route the bus takes, and getting another bus to get into UG. I would usually have morning classes at around 8 o'clock, 8:15 to be exact. To get to those classes specifically, I would need to leave roughly around 5 o'clock in the morning, and that's hoping buses pass at those times as well. The traffic build-up these days would start as early as 6:30, so the reason for 5 o'clock is to beat 6:30 traffic.
With over 30,000 vehicles traversing the East Bank daily and more to come, another thoroughfare was much needed. The solution was the visionary Eccles to Oval Road link. The US $133.8 million road is a corridor of opportunity. This road also helps Jermaine arrive at class on time, which he considers very helpful. He believes that being punctual is essential because missing valuable information could increase his stress levels.
If I don't meet those classes, then I wouldn't be able to get the information. When I talk about meeting the classes now, I mean like meeting them on time. The lecturers don't really like when you're not at class on time. Not only that, of course, it would take away from the information you're able to gather. So without us being there on time, there is a high possibility some of the lecturers might want us to not join the class entirely, and that just adds more to our loss. So getting there on time is really important to me, and I think it's really important to any student that attends UG.
We took a ride with Jermaine, and he had the opportunity to compare this new thoroughfare to his experience using the regular route.
It felt as though I was barely making it to classes each day. It felt as though I had to give up a lot of sleep, a lot of my time, just to travel the main road and get to university. However, with this road, surprisingly, I was able to get there in less than half the amount of time I would usually take. Let's say I would usually take about an hour and a half. Within 45 minutes, I was at UG. That always surprises me, to think about how fast I would get there using this road. There's not much traffic here, there's not much stops you need to make, and it's very, very beneficial to me, and I can see that this road can be very beneficial to a lot of other students as well. I'm not the only one from the East Bank. I do hear my story being regurgitated with other students, so I think this would be very beneficial to others within UG as well, especially those that may be coming even far distance than I am.
Jermaine is just one of the many students who have to get up early in the morning to be on the road at least by 5:30, ensuring that he gets reliable transportation and avoid the morning rush hour. This road is an investment that benefits every driver, every student, every child, and resident who had to contend with the eastbound traffic.
"128 persons from Regions 3 and 4 have graduated as patient care assistants. The graduates underwent a rigorous 4-month training to deliver enhanced level of patient care. They agreed that the training has enabled them to fulfill their aspirations of working in the medical field.
It was a good experience. For me, I am a single mother, so it was kind of tough, but I made it through. And I'm proud of myself. I'm a single parent of 2, and if I could do it, then everybody else could do it. And it's a great experience. I found about the program. I was doing a course, and then someone sent me the link. I was like, "This is nice to sign up since I always want to become a nurse." And I said, "Okay, no problem. I'll go ahead and sign up for the course." Then I got a call, and I went to the interview. I got through. I was so happy. Couldn't wait for the call, and got through with the course. Started the course. During the course period, yeah, you had your bunch of back and forth, but it was great. At the end, the experience so far, perfect. I would encourage other persons to take the course. Reason being, critical thinking skills can come in a lot. The communication. You get to meet different type of people.
Delivering remarks at the ceremony at Pegasus Suites in Georgetown, Minister of Health Dr. Frank Anthony charged the graduates to deliver the highest level of service.
You're joining a very noble profession, and we hope that while you spend some time working with our patients, that you uphold the values of this profession.
Over the last 5 years, the government has constructed and upgraded health facilities, provided training programs, and other crucial services to build a world-class healthcare system.
Residents from the communities along the Soesdijk-Linden Highway received a number of equipment to enhance agricultural production. On Wednesday, farmers in Kairuni, Lou Creek, Adventure, and Silver Hill collected essential tools, including tillers, water tanks, watering cans, seeds, and other inputs to support small and medium-scale farming. Minister of Agriculture Zulfikar Mustafa delivered the items and addressed the residents.
This has been a continuous process, and this will continue. What you are getting here now, this will be a continuous process. Before I came here, Dr. Cambridge went and visited my office, and he and I sat down and we discussed a program for the highway.
The ministry will also expand its poultry program as 10,000 broiler chicks with feed will be delivered among the 4 communities. The chicks will be delivered to the communities in the coming week, and the farmers are happy for the assistance.
I know everything normally comes through when the government promises, it normally manifests, so I have no fear.
Additional equipment such as a tractor and a bulldozer will be given to the communities to support continuous agricultural development.
People! Region 10! Your home is here again! Region 10 all the way! I want y'all know the ancestors have spoken and all of us come out here! You know, a man came earlier in this year by the market, and he said the ancestors said it to Linden, and everybody walked past me. Nobody didn't stop, you remember? Well, we are here, and the ancestors make all y'all come out here. You know why? Because the ancestors, they evaluated Dr. Muhammad Irfan Ali. The ancestors evaluated Dr. Barajadio. The ancestors evaluated everything that the PPPC did for the last 5 years. And the ancestors say 5 more years for the PPPC. And the ancestors told me, don't worry, the retirement you're thinking about, 5 more years as Prime Minister. So you have today super, but super 2.0, a more improved super to support Dr. Muhammad Irfan Ali. Comrades, we have to keep the focus. And I want you to listen to me carefully. Come the 1st of September, go quietly into the polling place. Don't make no story. Wake up early, take your breakfast, wake up your neighbor, wake up everybody in the house, go to the polling place, put your XX in the cup. Comrades, when you vote on the 4th of September, we want only you to re-elect President Dr. Muhammad Irfan Ali as president. We want you to elect a RDC in Region 10. A RDC that reflects the PPPC. So the second X at the bottom, put it again next to the cup. So 2 X's next to the cup on that ballot paper. Do you understand me? No longer must we have a RDC controlled by the green enemy. They're now your enemy because they're doing nothing for you. Comrades, I checked the stats. In 5 years, 2050 to 2020, they only allocated $4.2 billion for the development of Region 10. In 20 years, from 2020 to 2025, over 5 years, $122.6 billion for Region 10. Comrades, how they like you and they give you and they spend so little bit money in Region 10. We have spent 29 times more money developing Region 10. Comrade, I am shouting because I want the message to register here. Now is the time of emancipation, and you have to emancipate yourself from mental slavery. Comrades, this is the time for you to vote for development. This is the time for you to vote for personal growth. Time for you to vote for personal upliftment. Time for you to vote for economic empowerment. Time for you to vote for self-development. And you heard it from all the speakers before. We have invested in you because we want to move together. We want to move this country together from where it is to higher heights. So who are you going to vote for? Don't let nobody come and try to distract you. The PPPC is about growth, your growth, Guyana's growth. The PPPC is about development, your development, Guyana's development. Comrades, don't be sidetracked. Everything, I went to Ichuni a couple of months ago with Bishop, and the people at Ichuni told me, Prime Minister, relay to our president that everything we asked for, he provided for us. You go to Kwakwani, new roads, places where roads never had before, new roads, new airstrip. Who like you in Kwakwani? The PPPC. Comrades, you cannot vote for people who don't have your interests at heart. You have to vote for people who are focused on your development. Aichuni, Kwakwani, Moritaro, Malali, you go. Internet connectivity. Everywhere got a Starlink device. They're connected to the rest of Guyana. Right now, the people from Malali and Moritaro who did not get to come here, they are in the village listening to us right now because of the PPPC, because of the forward-thinking PPPC, because of the policies of Dr. Mohamed Irfan Ali, because of the policies of our dear General Secretary, Dr. Bharat Jagdeo, and because of the hard work of all our ministers, including Bishop Wanajil. Comrades, they talk about road, the dilly-dally. You know what dilly-dally mean? They sat and they played with themselves and with their thumb up bum, doing nothing but feeding off of you. We got into office and we hit the ground running, notwithstanding COVID, and we brought development to every community in Region 10. Comrades, when they opened the Soos Dyke Linden Highway, I was a little boy. When the highway need major repairs, it was done by the PPPC. The AP and UAFC was in government for 5 years, 2015 to 2020, and plenty of our comrades lost their life or got injured on that highway that was deteriorating right in front of them, and they did nothing. We got into office and we mobilized over 160 million US dollars, and that road is being constructed, a safe road for the people of Region 10 to move from Georgetown to Linden. How can you vote for these jokers? They don't have your interest at heart. Comrades, they came to us and they said, the electricity in Linden, the demand is growing. What we did, we signed a contract for $27 million US, and you're gonna have the largest solar farm in this country, in the history of Guyana, right here in Linden, 50 megawatts of power. Comrades, the fuel price keep going up and up and up. And what we did, we found the money to give the Linden Electricity Company over 5 years, 13.9 billion Guyana dollars, so that you could continue to enjoy electricity in Linden. Comrades, who you gonna vote for? You think they could find the money for you? They're gonna put it in their pockets. They ain't got time with you. Education. We invested in education. $2.7 billion. School feeding program. Training of teachers. Increasing salary of teachers. Repairing schools. And guess what? The school that I went to, the last time it had a major repair, it was done by the PPPC government. From 2015 to 2020, you had patchwork repair. And we decided that we're gonna find the money. We went to the lending agency and we have a new school that is being constructed. The highest costing school in this entire country. $2.66 billion. Building up the hill. Up the hill. Comrades, it's in building in Mackenzie. It's building Christianborg, Wisma. That is significant, isn't that so? Because the others complain that all the development taking place in Mackenzie, but we building it up the hill where the old school was. And you're not only getting a new school. When we finish building a new school and the students move over, we're gonna break down the old school and give you a modern play field up there. Comrades, we will finish the pavilion and open very soon, very shortly, the Bayrock Stadium. We will finish and open very soon, very shortly, the Mackenzie Stadium. When anybody come and they're telling you, but very soon, very shortly, they must talk like how I talk just now. They must have a project that they're ready to hand over to you in a matter of weeks. We will be doing it. So don't listen to nobody else. Don't worry, no other colors. The only color is red, black, and yellow. That's our color. Don't worry with blue. Don't worry with the blue. You're going to get black and blue. I always tell people that. Stick to our color. Stick to our plans for you. Work with us. Let us build Guyana together. As Guyana grow, everybody in Guyana will get more because we believe in shared prosperity. You heard about the house lots. Over 1,500 house lots, and more will be delivered over the next 5 years. Because once we start giving, we have to continue giving more. You got your 100,000, everybody 18 years and above, and you heard that more coming. 2026, more coming. And as the economy grows, the amount will increase. Okay? Because we care, you finally get it back. You voted for an opposition who stop it. And they use the money when they catch a flu. That big insurance policy, when they catch a flu, they jump on a plane, fly first class to Ireland for a few tablets to come back home. When we get sick, we go to Georgetown Hospital or the health center, just like anyone else, or the neighborhood pharmacy, and buy the over-the-counter drugs. That is what we do. And because we are doing that, the money is available to spend on your development. That is what we are about. People-centered development. Today I walked through Christianborg. I went to my old ground when I was about 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 years old. Going to Christianborg School and walking through the shortcut, passing through Stewart Path, Bruce Alley, Beauty Street. Beauty Street is a brand new asphalted street now, and the guys there are happy for the PPPC. Promise made, promise delivered. Comrades, many of you are building homes. I talk about economic empowerment. Many are building homes. Many of you are first-time contractors. You're employing your friends and your neighbors, and you're building roads in your community. This is the government that made that possible. Over 550 contractors in Linden, building roads. IQD, Pakwani. Comrades, our visionary leadership, our President, Dr. Mohamed Irfan Ali, our Vice President, Dr. Jagdeo, they were able to negotiate $750 million US carbon credit sale, and it is going to all the Amerindian communities in Guyana. Most of it is going to those communities, and they, in a true democratic manner, they are building out their communities in the sense of attracting business, making their communities tourist attraction centers, making their communities production centers. And comrade, every sector, agriculture, tourism, mining, you name it, we are spending more money to develop Region 10. And you know, comrades, I can't help but tell you, just when we started the rally, you know, I did a Facebook post thanking you all for coming out. And just before I get up to speak, I was moved to do another Facebook post commenting that the crowd has grown bigger. And I want to thank you again. Thank you again for coming out. Comrades, I know the drones and the videos are working and streaming full time. So the rest of Guyana and the rest of the world, what do they see? They see Guyana. They see African Guyanese. They see Amerindian Guyanese. They see Indian Guyanese. They see Chinese Guyanese. They see European Guyanese. And they see mixed Guyanese. All here supporting 5 more years for the PPPC. Comrade, as I said, this is emancipation for me. No shackles. We've removed all the mental shackles, and we're voting for the only true national party in Guyana. A party that is serious about your development. A party that is serious about your children's development. A party that is serious about our collective future here in Guyana. And comrades, I know I have the other two heavyweights waiting to come. But I must tell you, as I leave the stage, forward for a better Guyana. Keep the focus. Put your ex next to the cup. Thank you, comrades. Thank you very much. Thank you for coming out.
Culture isn't confined by borders. It travels with us, lives within us, and often finds its most vibrant expressions far from home.
All because of you, I be on the phone all night long.
Here, in the Turks and Caicos Islands, the Guyanese spirit is alive and well, not just in the hearts of those who carry it, but in the flavors, traditions, and stories they share. Join us as we explore how the Guyanese culture continues to thrive, even far away from the land of many waters.
Can't you see I'm in love? Kiss me through the cellular. Kiss me through.
One creative woman is keeping the taste and the heart of Guyana alive.
My name is Suan Archer, and my business name is Guyanese Tasty Dishes, located in Turks and Caicos Islands. Okay, my business is basically authentic Guyanese dishes. The Guyanese food, everything, the fried rice, chow mein, cook up, Guyanese soup, the metem, kalori, egg ball, all the pastries, the salara bread, all of that we make. And we sell right here in Provincialis, Turks and Caicos. Well, it's since when I was growing up in Guyana, I always loved cooking. I always watch my mommy cooking and I'd get into cooking. And my first food that I cooked, I was 11, I cooked chow mein. And even when I was going to church and stuff, I always had cookout, I always was there. And then I come over here and my mommy came like a few years after, we started doing it at her house, you know. And then we just cooking for a few years and now we expanded. I just moved here like 1 month ago to this building here. Oh, they love it, especially the roti and curry. That is the islanders' favorite. They love roti and curry. When they order like 5-6 roti and curry. They love roti and curry. That's what they love. And they love the pastries. Yes, they love that. I came as a teacher because I study over there, and so I was a teacher, and then somebody helped me to get through and stuff. So I came over and I was teaching for a few years, but the cooking was like a side something, you know, for me and so on. But then I branch off to full time with the cooking at my house. Yes. Okay, I came in 2010, October 2010, I came to Turks and Caicos Island. Turks and Caicos don't really have much activities like that, like back home. Like if we would play like marbles and stuff like that. We played we call Chinese and stuff. Those nice games growing up as kids and sell out and stuff and so on. You know, you go on the road front, you hang out with your friends, you go downtown by the seawall, Kitty Seawall there and stuff. Those kind of things, you know, I miss, you know.
As Guyana celebrates the 187th anniversary of emancipation, Prime Minister Brigadier Retired Mark Phillips attended the Emancipation Soiree last evening at Hopetown, West Coast Berbice. Referencing the impact of the village movement, he reminded the audience of the importance of their contributions to our African heritage.
This year at Emancipation, there's a lot for us
to reflect on. 400 years of slavery, that's the first thing that jump out to us. And 187 years since emancipation. What is important about emancipation is for us to take time out to reflect on the substantial and important contribution of our African Guyanese to development of this great nation that we call Guyana.
While the event was filled with many cultural performances, the Prime Minister expressed that this is a time for all Guyanese, regardless of race, to cooperate for the development of Guyana.
So as we enjoy the dance, we enjoy dressing up in African outfit, we enjoy the music, the food, the immersion and the culture tonight and tomorrow. Let us work together as one people, one nation, one destiny, in one Guyana to take Guyana to higher heights. Happy emancipation and respect to all my African Guyanese brothers and sisters.
Moja, Moja, spirits are alive. The sky is her map, no decide.
My name is Chanel Wilson. Well, the brand I'm establishing is basically about Guyanese proverbs and personalized gifts, right? But mainly Guyanese proverbs. Here we have one, bush got ears and dirty got tongue. Simply meaning, sometimes you think that what you do or say, nobody hears or sees, but everyone knows your secret, right?
I'm the proud owner of Enchanted Gardens Floral Arts, and we make accessories. We make accessories for hair, and we make accessories to wear. So what you see here, we have earrings, we have necklace sets, we got hair bows, and tons of other stuff. And I'm so happy to see my Guyanese people from all races. They're coming out dressed, they're adorned from head to toe in their African outfits, and they look so beautiful.
I've always loved creating. I've been doing it for about 25 years. I hope that's not telling my age, but I'm really an artist, let me make that clear. But I've been incorporated that into everything else that I do. And lately I started working with fabrics and all these different things, like the polymer clay and the bags, and these are table mats.
Hi, I'm Shania Prasad and I'm here at Stabrook Market. You can walk through any markets in Guyana, much like this one, and purchase whatever you need to make dinner for your family.
Hello, yeah, buy from me. We got the pineapple. We got cassava, arrow, sweet potato, and plantain. Yeah, come in and buy, people. Come in and buy. Buy from me. Yeah, buy from me.
Morning, Uncle. Please a 2-pound plantain. Thank you. Guyana is the only country out of 183 that makes all the food it needs. When it comes to food production, we are self-sufficient. And as much as I'd like to take credit for this, it is not my opinion.
It is the conclusion of a joint study done by the University of Göttingen in Germany and the University of Edinburgh in the United Kingdom. A team of researchers sets out to measure how much food each country produces. They then compared food production to what was needed to meet the nutritional requirements of the people in that country. When they released their findings, it made headlines here in Guyana, the Caribbean, and around the world. We reached out to the lead researcher of that study, Jonas Steele, who lives in Germany.
So I'm a trained economist at the University of Göttingen. I'm mainly working in development economics, which assesses economic questions in developing countries or low and middle income countries. And I'm also part of the research training group Sustainable Food Systems. So I do have a focus on food systems, and I analyze food systems from the perspective of an economist. Yeah.
Here's how Dr. Steele described the significance of his findings.
Guyana is the only country that is self-sufficient for all the 7 food groups that we analyzed. Self-sufficiency means, as defined in our paper, that this country produces sufficiently via domestic production to meet its needs. Its needs is defined by the needs of the population. So what is recommended in dietary guidelines, and then how much is needed if you consider the whole population, and can domestic production meet those needs? And we analyzed it for 7 different food groups.
The 7 food groups. Let me walk you through what they are. First, you've got your legumes, that's your peas and beans. Second, we have starchy staples like cassava, rice, eddos, and yams. Third, dairy products, milk, eggs, and cheese. The 4th group consists of fish and seafood. Thanks to our fisher folks, we have a good variety of those in Guyana.
6 is fruits and vegetables, and no shortage of these either. Everything from pineapple to bananas to mangoes to karila and pumpkin.
And finally, the 7th group consists of meat products like beef, poultry, and pork.
Yeah, we see a lot of countries that can meet like 3-4 food groups. There's some that meet 5 or even 6, like Vietnam and China. But yeah, for 7, we only found that for Guyana.
We asked Dr. Steele to explain his research's methodology. In other words, how did he come to give Guyana that perfect score?
So what we did, we looked at how much is produced for each food group. We assigned food items into these 7 food groups. And then we deducted amounts that are, for instance, lost in the food supply chain, harvest losses, lost during transport at households, and also inedible portions, for instance, of some foods, because like for meat, for instance, you cannot, or you usually don't eat the bones, or you have like other parts that you often don't eat, and we deduct that part. And then we have sort of national food availability that can be consumed.
Hold on, time out. His answer got a whole lot more complicated. Let me break it down for you.
First, you've got food production. We already covered that in the 7 food groups. Then you calculate for loss of food in the production chain. Okay, now you are left with food that is available for consumption. So you have production, consumption, and then the researchers estimated a population's food needs based on dietary guidelines. They relied on the Worldwide Fund's Live Well diet and the globally recognized Eat Lancet diet. From this and a whole lot of complicated math, researchers generated a self-sufficiency score, and they gave Guyana a perfect score.
Overconsumption can also be an issue. So if you consume too much of certain food groups that may be a bit unhealthy, then you're not necessarily having a healthy and sustainable diet. So that's also another consideration.
I had to drop that bit of clarification in because a lot of folks might be thinking that a perfect score means a healthy, well-fed population. And there are a lot of reasons why self-sufficiency can't be isolated from nutritional security or food security. You might have heard a lot about food security from President Dr. Mohammed Irfan Ali.
In it, he wrote, among the region's major factors affecting food security are lower land productivity, inclement weather patterns, high energy costs, and lack of international competitiveness. The latter has contributed to lower revenue, negatively affecting the region's ability to reach its import demand. This is particularly worrisome since the region relies heavily on food imports.
Now we're investing in facilities for sustainable and resilient food production, not only for the local market, but targeting our regional and international market, building the regional food hub, investing in the regional food hub, and creating the business ecosystem to support food production for Guyana, the region, and the world. But how do we make this interesting? How do we make it an enterprise through which young people are involved, through which young people feel excited about food production, excited about agriculture? And this is what these magnificent facilities are. The combined food facilities here in Region 2 is replicated in Region 10, it's replicated in Region 5, and every other region across our country. This is the largest investment in hydroponics agriculture in the entire region.
The Caribbean community, CARICOM, has set ambitious goals to cut food import costs across the region by 25% by the year 2030. Between 2022 and 2024, food production within the region grew by 23.1%. During that same period, Guyana outpaced its neighbors with an impressive 40.2% increase in overall agricultural output, nearly doubling the regional average. This remarkable growth has firmly re-established Guyana as the breadbasket of the Caribbean. Over the past 5 years, the Department of Public Information has documented Guyana's rising momentum in agriculture and food production. From marine cage farming in Essequibo to hydroponics and shade houses at Monrepo, we've covered the innovation happening across the country. Our stories have spotlighted dairy production in Region 3, black belly sheep farming in Berbice, and corn and soy cultivation in Region 10, just to name a few. And now, Guyana is well on its way to supplying small Caribbean island states with affordable food, helping to reduce their reliance on costly food imports.
For a researcher all the way in Germany to produce a study on what I think we all take for granted, we thought it was appropriate to ask Dr. Steele if he had any plans to visit Guyana. Here's what he has to say.
I'm generally interested in visiting countries and getting to know different countries and different cultures. And with regards to the findings, I would be very interested to also see the agriculture production there and how they came to meet self-sufficiency in all these food groups. I'm generally interested in visiting different countries, and that also includes Guyana.
Steele and other researchers are welcome to visit Guyana anytime they'd like, and they can be rest assured that there will be plenty of food for all of us. For DPI, I'm Shnaib Tassak.
Over the past 5 years, more than 5,000 officials have been trained by the Ministry of Human Services and Social Security's Counter-Trafficking in Persons Unit. On Wednesday, in observation of the World Day Against Trafficking in Persons, the minister launched several tools and resources to counter trafficking in persons. These tools comprise of a series of trafficking in persons stories, a reader-friendly booklet of the Trafficking in Persons Act, a QR code for reporting suspicious activities, and the standard operating procedures for identifying and reporting, and assistance to victims of trafficking.
People have to recognize the signs of trafficking. They have to know what trafficking entails. And so today I'm very happy to launch this storybook, and it is a series of tip stories specially crafted for children.
The minister highlighted that the launch also marks a milestone in institutional strengthening, visibility, and accessibility in the fight against human trafficking. The ministry remains committed to ensuring that there is awareness of trafficking all across Guyana.
Tens of thousands of residents of Region 5 now have the services of the brand new state-of-the-art Bath Regional Hospital. The $6 billion hospital was commissioned by His Excellency Dr. Mohammed Irfan Ali. It is set to revolutionize healthcare in the region, bringing services there that were before unavailable in the area. For example, the hospital now eliminates the need to travel to Georgetown or New Amsterdam for dialysis and ultrasound services.
This facility by itself is testament to a government that is developing our country to remove inequality, to improve services across the board, and to bring parity with those who can afford it from the private hospital and those who will also get the same level of service from a public hospital.
Bath Regional Hospital features a 24-hour accident and emergency department. This is the third of 6 regional hospitals commissioned. Diamond was the first to be opened, followed by Emmore. They are both providing top-tier healthcare services to thousands of residents. The Ministry of Home Affairs and the Guyana Police Force are calling for an urgent national shift in culture and strategy to tackle the alarming rise in road deaths, particularly among young motorcyclists. The appeal came during the National Road Safety Stakeholders Forum. It is themed, Do the Right Thing. Speaking at the Road Safety Forum at the Police Officers Mess Annex, Evelary on Tuesday, Minister of Home Affairs Robson Bem said the forum is critical in ensuring safety for all Guyanese.
At this pivotal moment in its history and what we need to do to make life safer, to increase the peace in Guyana, which I speak of, and to make sure that we hand over a better life to the next generations of Guyanese.
Also addressing the forum, Commissioner of Police Clifton Higgins said, while police enforcement is critical, road safety must be shared across every sector of society.
Unless we change our collective attitudes towards road use, we will continue to bury our children, our family members, and our friends. This is why today is so important. It is an opportunity to move beyond rhetoric and into real partnerships, real solutions, real behavior change. The police cannot do this alone. Road safety is everyone's responsibility.
Meanwhile, the forum continued with a group segment amongst officers to discuss the preparation of the Guyana National Plan of Action 2025 to 2030.
The Unleashability Summit was held on Tuesday at the Pegasus Suites and Corporate Center. It brought together key stakeholders within government agencies, the private sector, and international partners to commit to the core principles of engaging people living with disabilities. This was a collaborative effort by the Ministry of Human Services and Social Security, Ministry of Health, and UNICEF. There, stakeholders engaged adults and children living with disabilities.
When we meet again, we should be able to come here with figures and facts to show how this has been achieved. Through the Ministry of Human Services and Social Security, We have done many transformational initiatives to improve the lives of persons living with disabilities.
This summit brings to the forefront the importance of acknowledging persons living with disabilities, celebrating their strengths and accomplishments, while listening to their challenges so that policies can be crafted to build a more inclusive society for all.
It is very important that we have a focus to see how we can improve what is happening with people with disability in Guyana. From the ministry's perspective, Ministry of Health that is, we have been working with persons across the different regions. And more recently, we have concluded a survey to find out how many persons might be affected across Guyana.
After the Ministry of Health conducted a survey, they discovered that 24,524 people are living with various disabilities across the country. Assistive aids are provided for these persons through government's initiatives. A block has been commissioned at the Diamond Secondary School to cater for sixth form students. It is the first school on the east bank of Demerara to offer the Caribbean Advanced Proficiency Examination, CAPE. Minister of Education Priya Manichan officiated the opening of the facility on Thursday last.
We opened a CAPE school in Guyana, CAPE at Rosenau, CAPE at West Dem, and this will be our fourth CAPE school that we're opening.
A new administrative block was also commissioned, one that was previously destroyed by fire back in 2018. This new facility houses a spacious staff room, library, and an IT lab with 40 units. And students are eager for schools to reopen in September.
I'm excited for the development of this building. I was actually interested in doing CAPE here since I live around this area, so I'm excited that this building is here.
The headmistress of the school beamed with pride as she highlighted the monumental changes this new facility will provide for both students, parents, and teachers.
We made history with the first school that is going to offer sixth form on the east bank of Demerara, and that I'm very proud of. My teachers are hardworking.
The Diamond Secondary School is now equipped to offer 16 CAPE subjects, as the new wing provides 6 additional classrooms that can accommodate 180 students.
Another 141 persons have graduated with technical skills from the Board of Industrial Training. They obtained a certification in fiber optic installation and heavy-duty equipment operation on Friday last at the Guyana Police Force Training Center. One of the graduates, Colin Belingi, spoke of the life-changing experience.
I feel deeply rewarded. I feel it was well-deserved. The time and energy and everything that was invested, and I must commend the governments of Guyana for this opportunity to enhance the skill sets of our youths and propelling them into a different direction. Major impact in propelling the country forward, because we would no longer have to import persons with these kind of skills, so we could actually develop everything on our own.
It done a wonderful job for me. Right now I'm currently working presently as an operator. Oh my gosh, I can't say how much it done for me. It was amazing. I learned so much, and I will continue to put my skills into my training.
I always
had a love for the bigger machines. So now I gain knowledge and experience. I'm going forward into a career.
Under the Board of Industrial Training, approximately $2 billion was spent to train almost 30,000 Guyanese over the last 4 years. This year alone, $677 million is being spent to upskill 2,397 more persons. With the BID program offering over 80 courses and is free of cost, all Guyanese are urged to enroll to enhance their technical skills.
Through the First Lady Aria Ali's Adopt an Orphanage initiative, 11 orphanages are benefiting from financial support from several sponsors. The initiative supports orphanages nationwide by providing financial and resource assistance. It was birthed from a conversation between Guyanese American rapper St. John and the First Lady in 2021. Sponsors and representatives of the orphanages signed several memoranda of understanding to establish a framework that holds both entities accountable for their commitments. The simple ceremony was held at State House in Georgetown on Friday. First Lady Ali said the investments and support have helped to improve the living conditions of children in the orphanages. She said each contribution creates waves of hope and transformation for each orphanage.
From 2021, when this program was launched, its fourth installment, with the support of the private sector, we have invested close to $100 million in these homes. That is an average of $25 million a year being invested in the lives of our children who live in these homes.
First Lady Ali further unveiled plans to provide additional support to the orphanages to enhance the care facilities, providing an enabling environment for the children.
In addition to the support you have so generously provided, the government will continue to invest and provide support to these homes. We have already discussed plans to extend additional support through the annual subvention and other supporting facilities and infrastructure.
Hello viewers, we're speaking right now with Ambassador Andre Correa de Lago, President of COP30, and we want to zoom in on climate financing and what this means to COP and what role do you see Guyana playing in this regard? Ambassador.
Well, as you know, we have one COP every year, and last year was the COP of financing in Baku, and there was a decision on the new quantified contribution that should go to developing countries for them to incorporate climate into their development. But apart from this, there was also a decision that COP29 President and the COP30 President would present a roadmap to see how can we reach 1.3 trillion a year by 2035. And so Mr. Babayev, the President of COP29, and myself should present that roadmap by the end of October.
Awesome. And the second question I want to ask you, Ambassador, is that Brazil is in the process of passing, quote-unquote, the devastation bill. What effects do you see this having if the bill goes through?
Well, you know, Brazil's society, like many societies nowadays, is very divided regarding this subject. And so at this moment, we have a government that is extremely committed to the environmental issue. We have a mythic Minister of Environment, Ms. Marina Silva, and President Lula is very supportive of this agenda. But naturally, this is a debate that is happening in the society, it's happening in the Parliament, it's happening in the Supreme Court. So this is the result of a very dynamic democracy that these issues now are so important in people's lives, it's so important for the economy of countries that there are different views. So we have to listen and we have to see how we can find the adequate solution within the rules of each country.
Okay, awesome. And how do you see this summit being able to mobilize financing to, forward climate change?
Yeah. Well, this initiative here is very important because it brings together different actors. And I think this is the great strength of this summit, is that it's countries negotiate the agreements on climate, but once they are negotiated, someone has to implement them. And many times it's other actors than central government. So central governments have to be in alliance with many other actors, be it regional governments or local governments, as private sector, universities, NGOs, indigenous peoples. So it is very important because this is an initiative that brings all these actors together. It's an initiative geared towards implementation, and this is exactly what we want for COP30, to be a COP of implementation.
Awesome, thank you so much.
A national suicide surveillance system has been launched by the Ministry of Health. Its aim? To tackle suicide and mental health cases across the country. Through the system, data will be recorded when a confirmed mental health case or attempted suicide is reported. This will be done by filling out a suicide surveillance form and uploading that information to a server that can then be accessed only by the Ministry of Health.
We recognize that we had challenges with suicide. For many years, Guyana had high suicide numbers, and we wanted to also have a very special focus on reducing the cases of suicide.
The ministry will then take necessary proactive steps to prevent the loss of life and offer essential mental health services.
We don't want it when we get the reports of suicide, then is when we intervene. But the idea is to when we start to see trends and patterns, we intervene before it actually reaches to a serious level.
This system will be available to all health institutions and telemedicine sites across the country. It was developed with the help of the Pan American Health Organization and the World Health Organization.
The Ministry of Human Services and Social Security commissioned its first Brave Center for Men at the West Central Mall, Lenora, West Coast, Demerara on Tuesday. The center aims to empower and heal men as the ministry embarks on a plan to create safe spaces for men. Build your legacy, reclaim manhood, activate goals, visualize success, and execute fearlessly. Brave is an initiative that seeks to actively involve men and boys to curb gender-based violence. Minister of Human Services and Social Security, Dr. Vindhya Prasad, said this is part of tackling the issue from the roots.
This is not something where we are only addressing men or women. We are addressing each person, all ages, every community, our entire country.
Minister Prasad explained that this center forms part of fixing the moral decay and decline in the country.
And it speaks to what we need to do to fix the moral decay and decline that would have crept into the fabric of our society and the mentality of people.
This new national framework, which was launched on June 21, 2025, is designed to redefine traditional gender norms and encourage a more positive conception of manhood.
A sum of $14.4 billion is being invested to upgrade a series of access roads along the east coast of Demerara. The aim? To improve traffic flow. While engaging residents on Tuesday, Minister of Public Works Bishop Juan Edgel underscored the significance of these infrastructural works.
The development agenda is not a second class,
bottom shelf agenda. It's a priority. Most of us have family in the United States and Canada. You know how those countries develop? They build the roads. And once you build the roads, the people find ways and means of developing businesses, supermarkets, entertainment centers, hotels, private developers, schools, hospitals, but you got to put in the infrastructure.
These upgrades, which will commence immediately, will transform narrow thoroughfares into two-lane roads. It will have concrete-covered drains, pedestrian crossing, and designated parking areas. The communities earmarked for these upgrades include La Bonne Intention, Betterforwachtin, Monrepo, Lusignan, Annandale, Collagen, Enterprise, and Nabaclis. Residents and commuters can expect all the works to be completed within 12 months.
Crash data of recent and in the past would have suggested that in 2024, when 8 of 117 fatal accidents involved minibuses, this year only 1 out of the 63 actually involved a minibus. And with the implementation of the Safe Road Intelligence System, which has at its core the automated e-ticketing process. What this translates to, since its implementation on April 7th, in a short space, we have already issued 4,300 plus e-speeding tickets. Remote monitoring and enforcement has reduced the ability for confrontation and or officer biases when enforcement is done. Those speed cameras are now being installed across all spaces and roads in our country. For what intent and purposes? To ensure we have greater scope to monitor, to enforce, and to have clear control over what obtains. That translates now to the public having the ability to see greater fairness with which the process is executed. It's the same laws, the same system, and the same outcomes. Reckless driving in our country is unfortunately driven by a combination of mixed attitude, latest poor planning of a journey, and a long-standing tendency towards supporting bending the rules. Younger folks continue to speed, and when accidents occur, young people also lose their lives. So what have we done exactly? Our enforcement postures have taken into consideration what prevails, and over the 2 periods you have mentioned, we have yielded, through our efforts, 139 plus thousand cases in 2024. In 2025 so far, we've recorded 89,506 cases for all offenses. We know and we recognize, therefore, we partner with critical stakeholders to take the message of safety and raise awareness in each space, targeting an audience in the community which comprises of the specific road-using population: doctors and nurses, lawyers, pedal cyclists, motorcyclists, pedestrians. Taking the message further, we have dedicated television programs and radio programs, so the audience reach is greater, the target audience even reached further. What I want to say to parents especially is that the orientation of a child, though he or she has attained adulthood, is continuous to teach them what is right from what is wrong, or what is beneficial for them in all spheres of life.
Welcome back to Safeguarding Our Nation. Across the country, concerns about road safety have been growing louder, from reckless driving and overloaded trucks to calls for stronger enforcement and better roads. Joining us today about what's being done is Assistant Commissioner Mahindra Singh. Welcome, sir.
Good morning, thank you.
Sir, we have a traffic problem. In 2024 alone, there were 117 fatal accidents and 132 deaths. For this year alone, we've already seen 63 fatal accidents and 68 deaths. Why is this happening, and what's being done to fix it?
This is a genuine concern for us in the traffic department, as one life lost on the road is one too many. Reckless driving in our country is unfortunately driven by a combination of mixed attitude, latest poor planning of a journey, and a long-standing tendency towards supporting bending the rules. Younger folks continue to speed, and when accidents occur, young people also lose their lives. So what have we done exactly? Our enforcement postures have taken into consideration what prevails, and over the 2 periods you have mentioned, We have yielded, through our efforts, 139 plus thousand cases in 2024. In 2025 so far, we've recorded 89,506 cases for all offenses. We know and we recognize, therefore, we partner with critical stakeholders to take the message of safety and raise awareness in each space, targeting an audience in the community which comprises of the specific road-using population: doctors and nurses, lawyers, pedal cyclists, motorcyclists, pedestrians. Taking the message further, we have dedicated television programs and radio programs, so the audience reach is greater, the target audience even reach further. What I want to say to parents especially is that the orientation of a child, though he or she has attained adulthood, is continuous to teach them what is right from what is wrong or what is beneficial for them in all spheres of life.
There's strong public support for speed cameras, surveillance, and e-ticketing. But are they really working? And will this be expanded?
Without a doubt, there's significant advancement in the use of speed traffic cameras, the automated e-ticketing system, and surveillance equipment in traffic. Many years ago, we did not have these. Today, we have them with the implementation of the Safe Road Intelligence System, which has at its core the automated e-ticketing process. What this translates to, since its implementation on April 7th, in a short space, we have already issued 4,300 plus e-speeding tickets. Remote monitoring and enforcement has reduced the ability for confrontation and or officer biases when enforcement is done. Those speed cameras are now being installed across all spaces and roads in our country. For what intent and purposes? To ensure we have greater scope to monitor, to enforce, and to have clear control over what obtains. That translates now to the public having the ability to see greater fairness with which the process is executed. It's the same laws, the same system, and the same outcomes.
Heavy trucks and minibuses remain major public complaints and road safety hazards. What's being done to better regulate them?
Motor lorries have been consistently flagged with the offenses of speeding, faulty park loads, and maintenance of motor vehicles. Motor lorry drivers also pose a significant threat by their unsafe behavior to rural and urban road users. Noting this, we have partnered with the Ministry of Public Works to establish weight stations. In time to come, there will be the introduction of speed limiting devices to be installed on these motor lorries, which will restrict speed capability. Our traffic enforcement posture has taken into consideration what prevails, and so we target these offenses in the spaces where the lorries dominate. We further engage with owners, fleet managers, and contractors to raise awareness that promotes voluntary compliance with the law. We have deployed several patrols to bolster the areas where lorries dominate for the movement of aggregate, to promote safety and to enforce the law. With recent intervention of central government, there are multiple outposts now being established along high-volume areas where traffic progresses. Minibus, similarly as motor lorries, they pose a challenge and are associated with offenses of speeding, overloading, and or loud music. So our enforcement posture caters specifically to those offenses. We engage the drivers, the owners, and the passengers for important feedback in the process. And we've tightened the entire process of issuance of a certificate of fitness and the road service license, which they require to operate on the road, as minibuses are recognized to be one of the most important means for public transportation. Crash data of recent and in the past would have suggested that in 2024, when 8 of 117 fatal accidents involved minibuses, this year only 1 out of the 63 actually involved a minibus.
Poor roads are often blamed for crashes, especially in the hinterland. What's being done to make those roads safer?
That is a valid concern. The Ministry of Public Works, which plays the lead role in matters of road traffic engineering, in partner with us, the Guyana Police Force Traffic Department, have recognized that potholes, poor lighting, improper and poor signage are issues of concern throughout. So, in partnership with the ministry, we have conducted road safety audits. Further, crash data that is captured by us in the traffic department is shared with the ministry to identify accident black spots. What are the causes? So you can address them. Important to this is that our collaboration leads to an improvement in terms of lighting on roads, new or old, the placement of new signs, the rehabilitation of old signs, and importantly, the improvement of road surface condition to improve the general experience in rural and hinterland areas. Community awareness is critical to this process, and in a partnership setting, we engage the residents directly to address the issues and raise awareness. While the task is not one which can be completed immediately, it's ongoing, notwithstanding its several challenges.
Many people believe that the traffic laws are not being applied equally. It's all about who you know. What's being done to restore fairness and public trust?
Perception drives conflict. The recognition of this perception of who you know, it somewhat haunts us while we conduct enforcement in our country. But there are several things being done right now to rid us of that perception. One of them, the implementation of the Safe Road Intelligence System, which has at its core the automated e-ticketing process. This addresses the issue without officer bias, intervention, and any discretion. So it's not about who you are, but once you would have committed the offenses, you would have been dealt with appropriately. Important also is the introduction of body pack cameras, where each of our operational staff on the front line, they are equipped with at least one. What this translates to is greater quality assurance for the service we render. Many years ago, we didn't have. Today, we have 5,000 plus body-worn cameras in the organization. Internal checks and balances have also been introduced and are working, wherefore an officer's enforcement pattern is examined daily, and we can trace it to see where fairness is applied in the process. If or when an allegation is made, and it is departmental or criminal, investigations are conducted thoroughly, and appropriate action are taken against the ranks who default. The system in itself is being improved daily to what? To guarantee fairness in the process and transparency at all times.
Thank you, sir, for talking with me. It was a pleasure. Road safety affects all of us, and as you've heard, real work is being done to change both driver behavior and police enforcement. But lasting change also requires the public to take responsibility. Let's all do our part to save lives on our roads. Thanks for watching Safeguarding Our Nation.
About 100 learners will benefit from the newly commissioned non-Pearl Nursery School along the East Coast Corridor. Prior to the school's construction, pupils had to travel to Melanie Damishano or Enterprise to receive their nursery education. The new facility boasts spacious classrooms, washroom facilities, an administrative area, and a play area. Minister of Education Priya Manikchand commissioned the facility last Friday.
But although we don't have compulsory nursery education, more than 90% of that age cohort in the country, nursery age children, are registered and attending a nursery school. And that is the highest for the Commonwealth Caribbean here in Guyana.
The government has made considerable investments in expanding access to early childhood, primary, and secondary education countrywide. Minister Manikchand disclosed that 54 new nursery schools have been built countrywide in the last 4 years and a half. 30 nurseries were reconstructed and 39 were extended. With the construction of 24 new primary schools, access to primary education has also improved. 21 new primary facilities have been rebuilt, while 36 underwent extension works.
We have built or are building 40 new secondary schools in Guyana.
Since 2020, more than $600 billion has been invested to transform Guyana's education sector, reflecting the government's strategic approach to improving education access.
The beautiful community of Mainstay Wayaka, with its gorgeous lake and the rich biodiversity, is a shining example of a community that is preserving nature to drive its economy. At the weekend, the community officially commissioned its newest tourism attraction, the Lakeview Cabins. 2 exotic, modern, self-contained cabins are designed to accommodate individuals, families, or groups. Tushar Marshall Williams is leading the pursuit of development through tourism and agriculture.
Creating jobs, providing new income opportunities for our local village members, as our village, have persons into catering for both small and large events, also providing traditional meals. We also have persons in the craft area and other residents that does bottling of wine and so much more that we have to offer. As we open our doors, we must welcome our guests with open arms and also educate them about our village and customs.
She noted that there is opportunity to showcase the village's culture, friendly residents, and unparalleled natural beauty. Minister of Tourism, Industry and Commerce, Anuj Walwant, described the facility as a meaningful addition to Region 2's tourism product. She said it is a reflection of government's commitment to support community-led tourism development. She commended the village council and all stakeholders who worked together to bring the project to life.
This is a significant step forward for the community and a meaningful addition to the tourism offerings in Region 2. The growth of Mainstay Wayaka as a tourism destination reflects the direction we have been working towards as a government. Since 2020, under the leadership of His Excellency President Dr. Mohammed Irfan Ali, the PPPC administration has made tourism a priority by focusing on tourism as a driver of economic growth, job creation, and indigenous community development. That commitment is evident in the results we are seeing across the country, and especially here in Region 2.
While this community focuses on tourism, the community also sustains itself through agriculture. The community has established a cassava processing plant and a bakery which utilizes their farm produce. The community also established its own water treatment facility. Mainstay Wayaka also offers a nature trek, where visitors can learn about traditional herbs, listen to stories, learn traditional food preparation, and get a glimpse of birds and wildlife in the area. Since 2020, more than 500 residents of Region 2 have benefited from training in hospitality, business development, tour guiding, and emergency care, facilitated by the Ministry of Tourism, Industry and Commerce.
Over the past 5 years, tourism in Guyana has improved steadily. Visitor arrivals are at a record level. What is significant about the growth is that more communities are entering the sector and more businesses are gaining traction. From expanding tourism circuits along the Essequibo coast to introducing glamping in Mashabo Region 2, is positioning itself as a hub for meaningful, people-focused experiences.
The wealth of our country is in agriculture and food production. And our farmers can be assured that the revenue from oil and gas would be used to transform the agriculture sector, to make it profitable, to make it sustainable, and to ensure that our farmers live a life of high value and dignity and pride.
It is against this backdrop that President Dr. Mohammed Irfan Ali launched the crop insurance for rice farmers in Region 2. It means that 6,000 rice farmers from Region 2 will be accessing insurance for their crops without having to pay a cent on premiums for the next 3 years.
We owe it to those who feed our nation to ensure that they have a cushion should misfortune visit them. For the farmers in Hampton Court, Devonshire Castle, Walton Hall, and other areas in Region 2 that flood frequently, who lost harvest to floods. This program is not just relief, it is a lifeline for you.
United Phosphorus Limited, UPL, is the insurer of the rice farmers. UPL is an Indian multinational company that is a global provider of sustainable agricultural products and solutions, specializing in crop protection, seeds, post-harvest solutions, and insurance packages for farmers. Executive of the company, Jaiden Stroff, commended President Ali for his commitment to achieving food security in Guyana.
There are very few politicians I meet around the world who are so committed to farmers and food security, and I just want to acknowledge that.
192 persons graduated from the Board of Industrial Training on Monday at the Lenora Technical Institute. They are now specialized in a number of technical skills, including electrical installation, welding, heavy-duty machine operation, and commercial food preparation. Speaking on the importance of being certified, one of the graduates, a 49-year-old mother, Norma Nurse, had this to say.
As in the work field, without a paper, you would always be discriminated on. You might do the work better than somebody that is certified, but without that certification, you will never get the opportunity that you deserve.
Another proud graduate, Darshani Khan, completed a course in heavy-duty machine operation.
I would encourage a lot of persons, young persons especially, to get themselves equipped with the program. It is free. It is good training, good instructors.
More persons are urged to seize the opportunity provided by the government through the Board of Industrial Training. The training is free of cost and offers over 80 courses.
Guyana continues to be a world leader in nature conservation. This South American country is the first to get commercial finances for preserving its forests, not by the thousands, but hundreds of millions of US dollars. Following its blueprint on the low carbon development strategy, Guyana has taken a bold step to champion the conservation of biodiversity. But what is biodiversity and why is it important? Biodiversity refers to the variety of life on Earth, and it is essential to the planet and the survival of humans. Addressing global conservationists, scientists, and policymakers, President Dr. Mohamed Irfan Ali stressed that the time is now to protect the biodiversity, since 50% of biodiversity globally has already been lost.
Today, we are not simply launching an initiative. We are igniting a global movement to protect the living fabric of our planet. And I'm proud that this movement begins here in Guyana with the support and partnership of all of you in this room.
He described the alliance as a platform for cooperation, action, and investment in the world's shared ecological future. President Ali noted that while over 85% of Guyana's land remain forested and undisturbed, making a concerted effort of biodiversity protection is necessary, since the country is home to over 1,200 bird species, 225 mammals, and nearly 8,000 unique plant species. The event, which ends on July 25, will fuel discussions from major international institutions and organizations.
Seven more community service officers have completed training in tractor operation and maintenance. This initiative, spearheaded by the Ministry of Amerindian Affairs, is already making a difference, particularly for young women.
I've had experience with driving, but with the tractor, the stick gear, I've learned a lot.
I should say, with troubleshooting, how to change engine oil, how to bleed the brakes fluid and a lot. The training was very interesting. It wasn't really nothing difficult for a lot of driver tractor because I had a little bit of idea of driving with shift gear, so it was very nice, and I learned a lot about what you must do first before you go on a tractor, the aisle and whatsoever. So it was real good. It's very interesting to be a CSO and go on training. You learn a lot, just give yourself the opportunity to learn new things.
Over the past 4 weeks, 37 community services officers received training in tractor operation, maintenance, and simple repairs. They are now equipped to bring these skills to their villages, aiding local agriculture and community development.
The training that I completed for the past month, being there training, it was nice, sometimes challenging, but I learned a lot from it. I'm going to go home and teach the youths about it.
It is also very useful when you participate in our training, that when you go back to your village and you are attached as a CSO, that you can provide service to your community.
Welcome to this week's edition of Weekly Digest, your front row seat to the policies, programs, and people shaping Guyana's development journey. Each week, we go beyond the headlines to follow ministers of government as they implement the administration's agenda, one step, one story, and one community at a time. A new chapter has begun for families in Tushan, East Bank, Essequibo. On Wednesday, Minister of Education Priyamanik Chan officially opened the doors to the Early Learners Nursery, a $51 million investment in the future of Guyana's children. Just months ago in April 2025, this school welcomed 40 little learners. Today, that number has more than doubled with 90 children now enrolled, a powerful sign of the growing confidence parents have in the public education system. The bright classrooms and nurturing environment stand as a testament to the government's promise that every child, no matter where they live, deserves the best possible education. Meanwhile, in Region 1, Ministers Colin Crowell and Vikram Bharat met with residents and miners in Baramita and Matthews Ridge. At Baramita, the team handed over solar lights and engines to support safer and more productive mining operations, bringing meaningful support to hinterland communities. Minister Crowell was also at the Guyana National Stadium in Providence, where preparations are in full swing for the International Building Expo, set for August 14th to 17th. He expressed satisfaction with the setup for what is expected to be a landmark event for Guyana's housing and construction sectors. This year's expo will place special focus on sustainability and biodiversity, building on Guyana's recent role in hosting the Global Biodiversity Alliance Summit. In a major step toward agricultural revitalization, Guyana and the Dominican Republic has signed a historic agreement to begin large-scale coffee and cocoa cultivation in Region 1. The initiative will see 200 acres each of cocoa and coffee developed, creating jobs for nearly 3,000 people and boosting rural livelihoods and regional trade. At full production, cocoa yields are expected to reach up to 8,000 metric tons. This move supports President Irfan Ali's broader vision to restore Region 1 as a leading hub for coffee and cocoa production. Following President Dr. Irfan Ali's community engagement at Coverden, Minister Dudat Indar led a site visit to the ongoing Good Success to Mary Road project, where several matters were addressed. The minister issued a number of directives to the contractor, supervisory consultant, and engineers attached to the Ministry of Public Works to remedy concerns raised by residents. The Unleash Ability Summit was held on Tuesday at the Pegasus Suites and Corporate Center. It brought together key stakeholders within government agencies, the private sector, and international partners to commit to core principles of engaging people living with disabilities. This was a collaborative effort by the Ministry of Human Services and Social Security, Ministry of Health, and UNICEF. Their stakeholders engaged adults and children living with disabilities.
When we meet again, we should be able to come here with figures and facts to show how this has been achieved. Through the Ministry of Human Services and Social Security, we have done many transformational initiatives to improve the lives of persons living with disabilities.
This summit brings to the forefront the importance of acknowledging persons living with disabilities, celebrating their strengths and accomplishments while listening to their challenges so that policies can be crafted to build a more inclusive society for all. Minister of Tourism, Industry and Commerce Oni Juwalran delivered remarks at Monday's award ceremony for the 59th Snap and Cheer competition. She praised participants for helping to spotlight Destination Guyana, noting that this year's competition saw over 1,600 entries, racking up more than 16.8 million views and nearly 400,000 engagements online. Now in its 5th year, Snap and Cheer continues to grow in reach and impact, bringing together both amateur and professional photographers to celebrate Guyana's natural beauty and cultural heritage. And that's just a snapshot of how the week unfolded, one step at a time, one community at a time, but many stories continue to be written. That's it for this edition. We'll see you next week with more stories from the heart of government. Welcome to the President's Diary, your weekly look at bold, hands-on leadership. This week, President Dr. Muhammad Irfan Ali led major developments in healthcare, security, and diplomacy, all part of his plan to improve lives and transform communities. On Sunday, during a live social media broadcast, President Ali reminded citizens that more than 200 taxes have been rolled back, with no new taxes added in the past 5 years. He said this forms part of a broader strategy to reduce poverty, support working families, and drive national development through social programs, tax incentives, and major infrastructure investments.
How do we intend to take this forward? And not only take it forward, but to ensure we build in a systemic way. Because to address these issues comprehensively, we have to do it in a systemic way. We have to do it in a way in which the policies and programs do not only address the short-term challenges, but the policies and systems that we build would address holistically the long-term challenges and create economic growth, expansion, and allow a social safety net to be built around opportunities for the poor.
On Monday, the president met with dialysis patients and their families at State House. He reaffirmed the government's commitment to supporting those in need, including an annual $600,000 grant per person for hemodialysis treatment, easing the financial burden on vulnerable citizens. The head of state also welcomed the non-resident ambassador of the Republic of Korea, His Excellency Sejong Kwon. They discussed expanding cooperation in key areas, with President Ali noting that Guyana and Korea are now well-positioned to turn shared potential into real progress. Later in the week, President Ali hosted a major trade delegation from the Dominican Republic at State House. The talks followed recent engagements with President Luis Abinader and focused on collaboration in agriculture, tourism, cybersecurity, and healthcare, advancing Guyana's position as a regional leader in services and investment. Healthcare also saw a landmark moment in Region 5 with the commissioning of the state-of-the-art Bath Regional Hospital, valued at $6 billion. President Ali said the facility will revolutionize healthcare in the region, reducing the stress of transportation.
This facility by itself is testament to a government that is developing our country to remove inequality, to improve services across the board, and to bring parity with those who can afford it from the private hospital and those who will also get the same level of service from a public hospital.
In a historic move, more than 2,000 officers of the Guyana Police Force will receive promotions starting August 1st, 2025. During his address at Evilary, President Ali commended the ranks for their dedication, highlighting that the promotion process will recognize clean service records and years of contribution.
All those 5 to 7 years of service, all those persons who are constable between 5 to 7 years of service have not been promoted, you are going to go to Lance Corporal at the highest level of it.
The elevation will span across several ranks, including promotions from constable to lance corporal to corporal, corporal to sergeant, and sergeant to inspector.
With greater rewards, a greater responsibility. I want you to honor your job.
On Thursday, President Ali met with international reggae star Maxi Priest at State House. The two explored opportunities to position Guyana as a hub for music festivals and production, while discussing the sustainability of the Caribbean music industry. In celebration of emancipation, President Ali also hosted several African heritage groups on Friday, reaffirming the government's support for cultural preservation through music, traditional clothing, and the arts. The president later joined thousands at the 187th Emancipation Anniversary in New Amsterdam, Berbice, where he paid tribute to the resilience of African ancestors.
We honor the indomitable spirit of our African forebears, who in the crucible of bondage kindled the flame of dignity that still guides our nation.
To support African Guyanese culture, the president announced a $1 million contribution to support the drumming group's development programs, along with an additional $1.5 million to boost the Organization for Social and Health Advancement in Guyana, OSHAG, ambassadorial program.
The Conganaya Group, your work among young people is enormous, and I'm committing $1 million, 1 million Guyana dollars for the further development of your group. And OSHAG, this important organization, has embraced young people. Your ambassadorial program is second to none.
And wrapping up the week, the president visited Port Kaituma in Region 1, where he met with residents during a public meeting. There he announced a reduction in electricity costs, jump-starting the cocoa and coffee industry, and a suite of initiatives aimed at further improving the lives of residents in remote communities. From expanding healthcare and building regional ties to investing in culture and community well-being, this week once again reflected a president deeply committed to building a stronger, more resilient Guyana. Join us next time on the President's Diary as we continue to follow the footsteps of leadership.